right, I've got my headphones on.
We're live.
Oh my God! We're live.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Me and Digibro are super sober, and we've got a whole bunch of great anime recommendations for you, the anime fans.
This is the Digi and Mumkey recommend anime live stream. God, I'm fucking wearing headphones now. I feel weird.
Yeah, mine are really tight on my ears, so I feel like I can't hear my own voice, and I don't know if I'm speaking too loudly or not, but fuck it. Fuck my neighbors, they're gay.
The best thing about the pub crawl is, for whatever reason, Cider has he records through a bot that's in like he made his own bot that's in Discord. And so he records straight through Discord, and the quality's not the best, but we don't have to wear headphones because Discord has it's so good at not picking up any external sound. Like, it only picks up what's right next to the microphone. So it's beautiful. It's the only podcast I do where I don't have to wear fucking headphones.
So should we just jump into the anime recommendations then? Because I got a whole bunch. I got a whole slew of anime.
Oh my God, we're gonna recommend the shit out of these animes, dude.
No joke. Today in the Discord chat, Digi was giving me a bunch of recommendations. He said stuff like Steins Gate, and I got the list right here, and Fate Zero, the Tatami Galaxy. And then he said I might actually like Code Gay Ass as well. So a bunch of stuff for me to watch.
Tatami, do you know what a tatami is?
I had no fucking idea.
You know when you see in Japanese apartments where they have like the straw floor mats? You know what I'm talking about? Like how the floor in a Japanese apartment is just kind of like a shitty straw like mat.
Digi, I hate to break it to you, but this is kind of embarrassing.
Surely I've never
actually been in a Japanese apartment.
I mean, oh God, I'm trying to think if he had a tatami floor in fucking NHK. It wouldn't be surprising. Like, well, basically a tatami, it's like a stretch of floor. So it's like probably like 2 meters by 1 meter or so. Like a stretch of floor. Well, it's just like it's like a floor is made of a few pieces of this. And when they talk about the size of an apartment, they'll describe it in terms of how many tatami it is. So like a 4 tatami apartment is a really tiny apartment that's just 4 tatami mats long. You know what I mean? No. So it's like saying like 4 square feet, you know, but instead they measure it in the length of these mats. So
okay.
So it's like if you live in a 4 tatami room, it's a really small room. And that's why the show is the Tatami Galaxy, because he lives in a really tiny apartment. And he's sort of, the story involves him being sort of trapped in a galaxy of his room.
So it's like NHK, but more true to the original narrative?
I think you would be a much bigger fan of Tatami Galaxy than NHK. I think it will resonate with you a lot more. It's about being in college. And it's about wasting 2 years in college. That's the theme of the show. That's
not only extremely relatable, but also a living nightmare.
Yeah, that's what it's about. The living nightmare of wasting 2 years in college. And there's sort of 3 different sections of the show. In the first section, each episode is just him reliving those same 2. It's just portraying the same 2 years of him going through college, but in each episode he joined a different club. And so it's like how he wasted those 2 years in this club, how he wasted those 2 years in this club. And then after that, it'll be like the whole show is just kind of repeating the same. Like, he goes through the entire 2 years in one episode, and it's extremely fast. Shit. Like that's why I told you that it has the fastest subtitles in the world, because it's just this guy like narrating nonstop in this incredibly fast speech. And the subtitles are kind of hard to follow, even for a seasoned anime veteran such as myself. But yeah, like he goes through this whole 2 year cycle in each episode, and then as the show goes along, it kind of starts branching into different explorations of what happened in those 2 years. And then it has a, I don't want to spoil anything about the ending, but
no, of course not. Yeah. You wouldn't want to spoil Tatami Galaxy. That could ruin somebody's day.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess kind of on a similar note, I would like to recommend an anime I actually watched when I was 11 called Shaolin Showdown. Have you ever seen that one?
I have seen Shaolin Showdown.
So it's this Japanese Japanese anime about these 4 American kids from different walks of life. You have like the Texan guy who talks in a lot of aphorisms that are kind of southern. You have like
I don't even remember that character. All I remember is the main bald kid, the little fucking Chinese one.
Actually, I misspoke. They're not 4 American kids. I think Clay is the only American one. Then you have Raimundo, who's kind of like the cocky, arrogant kid who kind of learns to be a leader by the end of the anime. He's
remember a lot more about Shaolin Showdown than I do.
Then you have Kimiko. She's like from Hong Kong. She's like a little Chinese girl.
Her name is Kimiko, then she's Japanese.
Oh, we don't need to go into the specifics here, okay? We're not dissecting we're not doing a Digibro anime review over here. Yeah. We're not doing a high class anime analysis.
Kimiko also the name of number 3?
No. What
was her name?
Fucking probably like Ling or some stupid Japanese
number 3. All the names were puns in like all their actual names were puns in that show. So
I thought only Nigel Uno was a pun.
No, they all have retarded pun names, don't they?
I don't think so.
There's Nigel Uno.
I mean, the black girl has a black name, but I think it's just because she's black.
Oh God, I don't fucking remember what the rest of them's names were. Someone in the chat, remind me all the names of everybody. Okay, here we go. Kuki Sanban is the name of number 3.
What?
Yeah.
What's the fucking pun in that?
Sanban means number 3 in Japanese. So
no way.
Yeah,
you're making that shit up.
No, motherfucker. I know everything.
Cookies that's an English word.
Kuki, like Kuki.
I'm kooky for cuckoo puffs, you know what I'm saying?
Cookie
and then the main character was this little cancer patient named Omi. And he kind of had like this weird gay relationship with his grandfather, Master Young. Yeah. And also they had a talking dragon named Dojo who would also take penis.
I do remember Dojo.
And he'd get really big and he'd fly around. But the best part of the show, fuck the main characters, is the villain, Jack Spicer. He's an evil boy genius who has a magic ghost named Wuya. And the whole conceit of the show is that they're fighting for these Shingang Woos, but in reality, they're really fighting to learn how to love themselves.
That's right. My God, you're really fucking taking me back, dude. Like, I watched Shaolin Showdown in like 2002 on fucking WB.
Yeah, me too.
WB.
Yeah. That was my favorite anime network of the time.
You couldn't have been 11 in 2002. You would have been...
I would have been like 9.
Yeah.
I distinctly remember talking about the one Asian kid in my elementary school class about Shaolin Showdown, and that's how we bonded.
I was 11 when
we were the only ones who watched Shaolin Showdown.
Yeah, I remember I saw like some of it. I didn't extensively watch it. By that point, I was actually into anime, and that show was one of the like sort of anime adjacent shows that was, well, yeah, I mean, it is anime, but you know, there's...
Yep, it is.
Never mind. I'm just gonna stop while I'm ahead.
Don't stop giving head, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
what I'm head. Yeah.
Suck that dick.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that Shaolin Showdown was on WB, and then it got onto Cartoon Network a couple years later.
And now it's on Disney XD. They rebooted it, and it's the worst thing I've ever seen.
No, it's rebooted? Why did Shaolin Showdown need a fucking reboot?
Because it ended prematurely. I don't know if you saw the ending.
Then why didn't they make just an ending for it? Why did they reboot it? That doesn't help anybody with the truncated ending.
They kind of fucked it up. So how it ends is that Raimundo becomes the leader of the Shaolin warriors, but then they have this stupid cop-out where they walk outside the temple, and every single villain who was ever in the show is waiting for them.
Hold on. I didn't even know you could get random donations during fucking YouTube streams. But this guy, Joshua Smith, just paid you $2 to tell you to kill yourself. Oh my God. I had no idea you could do that.
Wow.
How do I set that up?
It's called Super Chat. You can set it up in your YouTube settings. I didn't think anybody would actually do it, but Joshua did.
Yeah, you just got $2 to tell you to kill yourself.
And knowing YouTube, I probably won't get to cash it out until I get like $100 total. So it's never going to happen.
Okay. So to go through all of the names of the kids next door, someone finally posted all of them. There's Nigel Uno, Hoagie P. Gillian, which has no pun for number 2.
Yeah, I told you.
Although it is because it's Hoagie P. Gillian Jr. So he's the number 2 in the line.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fuck
Cookie
you.
Sanban, which Sanban's number 3. Then we've got Wallaby Beetles. I have no idea how that equates. Oh, because there's 4 Beetles.
Yeah, there's 4 Beetles.
And Abigail Lincoln. Lincoln's not the 5th president, so is he on the $5 bill?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
That's a shitty pun.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, enough about Shaolin Showdown. What's your next anime recommendation?
Subsonic Sparkle asked me in the chat, do I agree with Jeff's claim that Steven Universe is anime?
Did Jeff actually argue that unironically?
Jeff is on some kind of everything is actually anime for real unironically tear right now.
So he's doing Monkey Jones, but he means it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Steven Universe has probably the most anime influence out of any like American show.
Not more than Shaolin Showdown.
Well, like Steven Universe doesn't look as like it doesn't look anime, but it has like lots of direct references to anime. Like there's episodes where they'll just be like full like sequences that are just taken from anime shows. So and some relatively obscure ones at that. So it's definitely the most anime fan show, I guess. But
what about Avatar: The Last Airbender? I'd say that's more anime than anything.
That one definitely as well has some. I mean, the biggest thing that Avatar I think takes influence from is Fooly Cooly, which they actually said that for their animation staff, all of them, like they told everyone who worked on the show, if you want to work on the show, you have to watch Fooly Cooly. Like that was their rule.
What?
Yeah. So if you worked on
watch this, are you recommending Fooly Cooly now?
Yes, definitely. I think you'll like it. It's maybe your
what the fuck is it?
It's a 6-episode OVA. It used to be on Adult Swim back in 2003. And they played it a few more times. So it's a pretty famous dub. It's one where I can say you can watch the dub, and I won't get mad. But Fooly Cooly, it's a 6-episode show about this kid who lives in a town where nothing really happens, and he's kind of obsessed with the concept of becoming mature and trying to like achieve maturity, and then all kinds of crazy fucking weird shit happens, and it's good. It's sort of a mostly comedic show, but it's a coming of age story, if you will, with a message about how you shouldn't try to rush to try to be an adult. You know, that adults are just grown-up kids, essentially.
Yeah, in my experience, I don't think I've ever met an adult who didn't have the attitude of a retarded teenager.
Yeah. Like the main character, he's like 12 or 13, I think. And he's like, he like kind of resents the adults around him for not acting more grown up. And like, he has this older brother who left to America to go play baseball. And like, he, looked up to his older brother and saw him as like the super cool guy. But now that he's gone, he kind of like lacks that guidance. Like he wants to try to become his brother essentially. But like everyone around him is just fucking insane. Like none of them, they're all just like, crazy people, but in a way that like to him, I think he thinks everyone's just out of their minds. But like to me as an adult, I'm like, this is just what people are like, like this is normal. And so it's kind of about him coming to terms with the idea that, that there is no moment where you just become a mature, cool guy. You just gotta like, live your fucking life.
And what does that have to do with Avatar?
Just with Avatar particularly, it was the animation that they wanted to copy.
Oh, okay,
Fooly Cooly has really expressive and crazy intense animation, and there's certain moments in Avatar that like are direct homages to the style of Fooly Cooly and also to director Hiroyuki Imaishi, who was not a director at the time, but he animated parts of Fooly Cooly. He's my favorite director. But yeah, there's lots of homage to that, and a little bit to Full Metal Alchemist even.
Oh shit!
Which you've seen? Have you seen the original Full Metal Alchemist or only Brotherhood?
Dude, of course.
Okay, you know the scene where Ed steps in the fucking Philosopher's Stone and his power just goes fucking ballistic.
Maybe I haven't seen the original as recently as I've seen Brotherhood, but
you just got paid $5 with Corey and the House is Greater Than Gurren Lagann.
Jesus Christ! I should stream with you every night if I'm going to make money for it.
I think it's the same guy. Just
Digibro is just a money magnet over here.
But
what did he say?
Corey and the House is Greater Than Gurren Lagann.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
Sure. So in the original FMA, I think this might happen in Brotherhood as well, but I definitely remember the scene from the original where they break into the facility that Barry the Chopper is guarding when he's in the like suit of armor.
Barry the Chopper, voiced by Jerry Jewell, my favorite voice actor.
Yeah, so they break into the facility and they learn about the Philosopher's Stone liquid and they like break it, and then Ed steps in some and his power goes like out of control, and then one of the girls, I think it's the one with the mole under her eye, she like comes over and like hugs him until he calms down. And the exact same scene happens in Avatar when Aang, his power goes out of his avatar power, like spirals out of control. And then what's her name? The water bender girl like comes over and hugs him. And it's like 1-to-1 identical. So yeah, those are the main anime references that happen in Avatar. But Steven Universe has a higher quantity of direct references to anime.
Okay, is it my turn to recommend an anime?
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, did I recommend one? You were just recommending.
Yeah, you recommended Fooly Cooly, dude.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that counts as an anime.
Yeah,
in this context.
Fooly Cooly's whatever, but here's a real anime.
Yeah.
Little known anime. It's underrated for sure. It aired on Cartoon Network. It's called Regular Show, but here's the thing. It is not a regular show. That show is just bonkers.
You might even say it's anything but.
It is anything but. Here's the premise. So you got Mordecai and you got Rigby. He's like a bird dude and you got like a raccoon or some shit.
Yeah.
But so it starts off, they're just like chilling out, playing video games, being some totally rad dudes, you know, high five.
Sick, bro. Like, totally. Like,
they got this douchebag boss. He's like a gumball machine. He's always being a dick.
Yeah.
So every single episode starts off the same way. You know, the boss is like, yo, why aren't you doing your job? And they're like, I don't want to do my job. But then they fall into the same pattern of, it starts off in the realm of reality where birds and raccoons and gumballs can talk. But then they go off into the bizarre, and there's like a scary monster or like a demon or something, and then they fix it. So every single episode is the same exact thing. But I can appreciate that because you have shows like Naruto and Bleach where they have like overarching storylines and like each episode continues on to the next. That's boring. Nobody cares about that. I want to see the same 12 minutes on repeat with slightly different variables over and over again forever. Because otherwise, how is my small autist brain going to comprehend what's happening if I don't see the same exact story every single time?
Your actual opinion of regular show based on this description. You know what I think regular show is? Oh my god, you got another $2 for that anime snob is better than Digibro.
That's from AOM, who, or however you pronounce that. He's also a patron, so he's used to giving me money, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. How do I get money out of this? I'm doing half the work here.
Fuck you.
Anyways, the way I would describe regular show is it's basically one of the Seth Rogen and what's his name? The dude who does the movies is Seth Rogen.
James Franco.
Yeah, it's basically a Seth Rogen and James Franco movie, but as a cartoon. Like it's so clearly a stoner comedy, like just without the weed. You know, like a stoner comedy for 12.
I think it's implied that they have weed.
That's the thing. Like with regular show, that show broke a lot of new ground on Cartoon Network with like what they could get away with, like what they could say and do. Because like up until that point, there was very much like you had daytime Cartoon Network, which was like this is for aimed at like age 10. And then you had nighttime Adult Swim, which is like this is for adults. You know, I mean, granted, teenagers watch Adult Swim too, but like that when Adventure Time and regular show came out, I feel like there became this middle ground of like the midday Cartoon Network that's aimed at like preteens and teenagers, and regular show fit in with that.
Real quick, Steve just donated $4.20 to say memes in all caps.
Amazing.
Thanks, Steve.
The precedent has been set. The money is just rolling in now.
Yep. I'm gonna buy a whole pizza from this bullshit. Yeah.
I gotta show you this fucking. I'll get to that in a minute. Regular show, like it was the first show on Cartoon Network where they ever said "pissed off." They said that a few times. They said they were able to say "crap" and
"suck."
I think they could even say "hell" and maybe even "damn." Like they said a few like
they swears. Said "damn" on regular show.
They might. Maybe not "damn," but they definitely said "piss" and they definitely said "hell." I was the most shocked by "piss." because that was the one I was like, whoa, like that's a real swear word here on Cartoon fucking Network in the daytime. So yeah, it was definitely trying to be like I think it was meant to be like they knew, who stoners are is high schoolers. Yeah, stoners by and large, like, everyone thinks stoners like college kids who want to like have mind altering weird shit. But regular show is that for like if you're 16 and you smoke a lot of weed, here's your fucking show,
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to move on to your next anime recommendation?
Sure. I'm gonna recommend. Hold on, I'm gonna get a link to this one. I'm gonna post it in the chat. It involves what's the guy's name who played Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park? Jeff
Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah. Oh, Solaire donated $2 to say Hitler did nothing wrong. I really like this precedent that has been set of donating money to say stupid shit. Let's keep it going.
All right, here we go. I'm going to recommend this very short anime. This is a short film. Aired in only really aired in film festivals, but someone leaked it online, thankfully, so we could all see it. I'm gonna link it in the chat. It's I can't link in the chat. How do I link a web address in the chat? Can you do it?
Can you put? Yeah, I can probably do it.
I'll link it to you on Google.
Send it to me on Discord.
Okay, I already sent it on Google, but
oh well, I don't know how to open that.
There you go, on Discord. It's called Drunk Jeff Goldblum 3 Pizzas. 1 minute anime. It's Jeff Goldblum explaining that for the price of a personal computer, you could or for the price of 3 pizzas, you could buy a personal computer.
Yeah, is that true?
Hold on. Okay, he's explaining that a pizza is $10, and if you buy 3 pizzas in a month, then that's $30. So if you just took a year's worth of pizza expense and spent that on a computer, on a Mac specifically, this is a Mac commercial, then it's the same as, he's basically saying, just don't order like this many pizzas, and you've got access to all the information in the world. And all it costs you is the cost of a year's worth of pizza. So, stop eating so much pizza, you fat shit. And
Digi, I don't want to rain on your parade because I know you are a professional anime connoisseur. But I mean, and forgive me if I'm stepping out of line here, but I don't think that this is an anime. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think a commercial of Jeff Goldblum is an anime. Are you feeling okay?
Look, you have to understand that anime is not
it's a Japanese colloquialism.
Anime is not an art style. It's not a genre. It's a medium. Anime has lots of different forms. It comes in lots of different styles. It's not just like big eyes and fucking Naruto running around. You don't have to throw your arms behind your back and fucking sprint through trees for it to be anime. Some anime is a little bit more artful. It has a little bit more to say. It's more of a message. Drunk Jeff Goldblum was made by one of the most auteur directors in the industry. So, they were trying to break new ground, and they were working with some American producers, the Wachowski sisters, they went to Japan.
Go ahead and call them the brothers. We're not going to play their game.
They're sisters now.
Nope.
They're both trans now. It's incredible. I've never heard of anything like it.
Oh, Zad1212 paid $4.21 to say, "Don't smoke the devil's lettuce, kids." He broke the 420 curse.
Were you aware that both of them are women now?
Yeah, it's just bizarre.
It's incredible. So the Wachowski sisters, after they had all the success going to Japan to make the Animatrix, they've been going back regularly and filming short films there because they sort of pioneered these highly experimental animated short films, with stuff like the Animatrix and Genius Party and all this other stuff they definitely funded. So they went over there again and they shot some stuff for Apple. Now, I don't know why they took American actor Jeff Goldblum with them, but everyone on the staff was Japanese. The film, the cameramen, the script writers. So, like, where do we draw the line? You know, where does it become? There was a lot of controversy this year over the anime short
time
film.
out. AOM said $2 to say let Nat join the stream. Nope, sorry, that's not going to happen.
There was a lot of controversy this past year over this short animated film called Shelter, where people were arguing over whether it's an anime or not, because the production was entirely done by the Japanese anime studio A1 Pictures, but it was for an American musician called Porter Robinson. It was a music video for his song. So like he paid for it. It was made for a worldwide audience on YouTube, but it was animated by Japanese. It caused this huge fucking clusterfuck uproar over whether or not it was anime, because everyone's a fucking autistic retard and no one could just fucking call it anime when it obviously is. And so you know, that makes me question, like, you know, even though the iMac commercial is made by American directors with an American actor for an American product and exclusively broadcast in America, there was a Japanese guy behind the camera. So can we really say that this is not anime?
And now that I think about it, didn't Neon Genesis Evangelion include some live action scenes as well?
It did.
And that's also anime. So maybe you're right.
The end of Evangelion has a whole like 15-minute live action movie at the start.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm still kind of on the fence. I'm not really sure if your recommendation is anime, but if I can go ahead and transition into an actual anime review to get us back on track, I think that would be appropriate. I'm going to recommend an anime film, just like you did. It's called Django Unchained. It's by anime filmmaker Miyamoto Tarantino, I think is his legal name.
Miyamoto Tarantino.
So Miyamoto Tarantino really specializes in like these violent, gory flicks that also have really fun, poppy dialogue between the characters. And Django Unchained is like a blaxploitation film, which is kind of crazy because in Japan they don't have any black people, so it's kind of like a paradise on earth. So I don't know why they would try to taint the water by including black characters, but they do for some reason. But it's about like a slave, which, I mean, as we all know, there's like that North American myth that America used to have slaves, which, I mean, of course that didn't happen. That's crazy. But the Japanese kind of buy into that narrative and say, okay, let's say that slavery actually did happen in America, and we have all these black people as slaves. What would happen?
I've suspended my disbelief for more, you know.
Yeah,
I watched Spirited Away. There was like monsters in that, you know, like it's just along the same lines.
Yeah, you know, monsters, you know, black people are monsters, and then monsters and Spirited Away, it's all the same shit. Adam Speg paid $2 to say you can't run, mate. I don't know what that means.
He's saying you can't run from bringing Nat in here, which is all there's fucking typing for like 4 pages of dialogue is Nat.
I think the combination of Nat and Digibro might it'd be equal to dividing by 0. It would just destroy the universe.
I assume that he misspelled Nate, and I don't know if everyone else knows that.
It's definitely Nat.
What is Nat?
He's an autistic fan who has been around for over a year.
Who the fuck is Nat? Spelled like that? N-A-T?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't even know how I would invite him without him, because he's the type of person who would just leak the link and it would ruin the whole thing. So I don't think I can trust him. But so they can keep their chance going. Here, if somebody donates $50 for Nat, I'll get him in this fucking stream, and that'll mean it'll almost be over.
Yeah, he'll get you. You will spend $50 for the stream to end immediately.
But yeah, Django Unchained. It's a great.
Sparkle says, "I want a new Clegg." We already have Clegg. Why do we need another Clegg? With Clegg, we're just getting started with Clegg. He's like a fresh fruit. We're just in the midst of plucking.
So yeah. So the Japanese took this idea of American slavery and they thought, what if one of the slaves stopped being a little cuck bitch and actually fought back? And that's kind of the plot of Django Unchained. And I really enjoyed it. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it at least once in theaters. I'm a very big fan of Miyamoto Tarantino. He's probably my favorite director. Inglorious Bastards, one of my favorite movies. Kill Bill, of course.
Mhm,
Pulp
mhm.
Fiction, all
No,
fantastic
it's
films.
pronounced Kirubiru because it's Japanese.
Kirubiru. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I enjoyed Kirubiru. Kirubiru, Kirubiru again, Kirubiru. Only like no one in your audience will understand that reference.
I don't even understand it.
No one will.
do it.
That's way too high level. But anyway, someone's gonna comment that they understood the reference. So then I'm gonna say,
Well, that person's an
what?
idiot.
Affirmative nod to that guy.
Affirmative action, baby.
Yeah, that's what this movie's about. Django Unchained. So yeah,
It's about affirmative action.
but yeah, it's about we needed more representation in the
They got
workforce.
Django into college, even though he had
Yeah.
C's.
Well, affirmative action also applied to jobs, right? Wasn't it a job?
AOM paid $2 to say we want Princess Nat Lord, not Princess Fat Lord. I think they're talking about you.
Oh, I'm not that fat. Jesus Christ.
You're fatter than that.
I guess it rhymed with Nat. Did you hear the story? I probably talked about this on Digibros of how I had to explain affirmative
Austin
action.
White paid $2 to say my favorite anime is My Wife is Retarded from 07. I don't know what that
My
even
wife
means.
is retarded.
Thanks, Austin White.
Yeah, I guess. Did you ever hear the story of how I had to explain affirmative action to my high school government class?
No, but I want to.
Because my teacher, who was like, she was kind of new, like she just transferred to our school. I don't think she'd ever. Woman? She was a white lady. Yep. And she was sort of like bookish, like librarian type, very like she was kind of pretentious, but shy about it. Like you could tell she really tried to like hold stridently to the rules, you know, of like what she's supposed to. Very politically correct kind of person.
The kind of girl where if you can't find good porn, you'll just think about her when you're jerking off.
No, but she was not attractive, but she joined this class, and like the thing is that I don't think she'd probably ever been in a situation where there was like half the class was black. I doubt she'd been there before.
What school did you go to? Fucking Martin Luther King Academy?
No, only half was black. I have been to an all-black school before where I was the only white kid. That was intense.
Your parents hated you.
Yeah, well, I went to the main high school I went to, or the only high school I went to for most of it was a school that's about half white, half black. It's Virginia Beach is pretty mixed area. So I was at this sort of about half the class was black in this government class, and this fucking lady, like, she would always try to explain shit like by the book. She was like, she didn't know how to go off script. She didn't know how to explain things in ways that people would understand. She could only explain it exactly as it's explained in the book. And so she's trying to explain affirmative action, but the problem is she won't say black, like she won't say black people or like, you know, like those. She keeps trying to like pussyfoot around it and try to explain it in like these loose terms. And everyone literally the kids in the class were just like going like, I don't get it. Like they were raising their hand and being like, well, what are you trying to explain? She's like doing it this roundabout way. And finally I raised my hand and I was like, can I explain this? And she was like, yeah. And I just stood up and I said,
they're black.
Well, I just stood up and I said, if 15% of the community is black, then there has to be 15% of the workers are black. That's all affirmative action is. She spent 10 minutes trying to explain that. And I got up and everyone went, oh, okay. Why didn't you just say that? You know?
Because if you say the word black, you're a racist, evidently. You can't acknowledge that they are literally black-skinned.
Never mind that every black person describes themselves as black.
Of course.
No black person will ever refer to African Americans unless they're a politician. In which case, black people don't consider them black anyways.
Okay, that's enough about Django Unchained. What's your next anime recommendation?
Oh, shit. I feel like I had more to say about Django, but I don't remember what it was.
If you got more to say, go for it.
Oh yeah, I wanted to one more anecdotal story about it. That one of my black friends who was not someone who said nigga all that much, but after he watched that movie, he thought it made the word nigga so cool that he started saying it all the time. It was awesome. All right. Oh god, I have to recommend an anime, don't I?
Yeah.
Well, shit. Let me think about it. Let me think about what animes. I kind of have to use the bathroom. Can I go pee?
I have to go pee too. Let's take a little break.
Yeah, let's take a small. Everybody, go watch that Jeff Goldblum video if you didn't earlier.
Here, I'll post it again.
It's a great short
Watch
film. Go watch that while we go to the bathroom.
Okay, I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. Is Digibro back yet?
I am here.
Oh, okay. It looks like you pee faster than me.
My bad.
Oh, we have 168 watching. Perfect. Hashtag Mumkey168.
Oh, is that your weird number thing?
Yeah.
I'm seeing 173 from my screen.
It just changed. Anyway, what were you saying? You had some anime to recommend?
Yeah, I will recommend a Japanese anime called
They're all Japanese.
Yeah. This one's called Onimusha 3.
Oh, AOM paid $2 to say Digi you race trader. I don't know what that's about.
Onimusha 3 is a Japanese anime.
Get fucked, AOM. He ignored you.
Yeah. It's a Japanese anime that stars, it's got two main characters. It's sort of like a buddy cop movie, but one of the main characters is a samurai, and the other one is a French police officer played by Jean Reno. And he's in this anime. Do you know Jean Reno?
It sounds French.
He was have you seen, what's it called? Not the Protector. The one with the fucking assassin guy who trains the little 12-year-old girl, and it's like every
Leon the Professional.
favorite movie. Yeah, The Professional. Yeah, the main guy from The Professional. He's also in the Godzilla movie, the shitty one. What else is
from
he?
1998 or the one from 2014?
1998, the real shitty one.
Yeah. Joshua Smith paid $2 to say Digibro, more like Digi-ho.
So yeah, Jean Reno is actually in a Japanese anime. They recreated him to look exactly like him in this anime, and him and this samurai guy just have to go around like slaying demons, and trying to prevent like this this nether realm from engulfing the whole earth. It's about 7 hours long.
Oh my god.
Play through it in one session probably.
If you have no job or don't go to school, don't have a girlfriend. So if you're like Digi.
Yeah.
Yep.
The best part about this joke is that I know you don't get it.
What are you even talking about?
Onimusha 3.
It's like an anime. Is it an anime or not? I don't fucking know.
That's why it's hilarious.
Okay.
Because you have no idea. And I knew you wouldn't.
Can we talk about a real anime? Or are you still going on with your bullshit?
Ahead. It's a video game for the PlayStation 2.
Shut the fuck up. You fucking faggot.
It does have Jean Reno in it, though.
I don't give a shit. Here's a real anime. Now, this one's a little more popular than the other ones I've talked about. It's a little-known anime that nobody's ever heard of called Jackie Chan Adventures.
Oh, shit. It's kind of along the same lines as Shaolin Showdown.
Yes,
around the same era.
For Shingon Wu. Yeah, it's about the Japanese man Jackie Chan, and it's not like it's a rare anime where it's like half documentary because it just tells Jackie Chan's life story through the anime. The story of how
Hold on, Owie pledged $5 again to say, "Wow, Digi is actually an anime fan. I thought it was a meme. His shitty analysis must be ironic."
I don't even know what irony means, so I don't know what that comment means.
Yeah.
But it's the true life story of a man named Jackie Chan who later went on to become a movie star. But before that, this is kind of how he rose to fame. There are these things called talismans, and there were 12 of them, each representing the 12 zodiac signs. You got like the rabbit, the boar, the dragon, etc. Right. And each of these talismans have magical powers that you can use. Like one of them, you can like run really fast or some shit. You can turn invisible. There's a weird
Sonic Sparkle raises a good question. Why are you so obsessed with this very specific era of cartoons?
First of all, cartoons is an offensive term. They're called anime.
That's fair.
And I'm obsessed with them because it's what I watched every single Saturday morning when I was like 9 years old. Yeah. So,
it's probably the last year in his life before he became depressed and decided he was going to kill himself. So that's probably why.
It's when these shows ended. That's when I was like, okay, I'm ready to die. There's no reason
there was nothing left.
But so there's like a weird talisman.
Sai says Jade was an A+ lully waifu back in the day. Yeah. She wasn't really attractive, but I remember her being my favorite because she was a kid. And when I was a kid, the kid characters were always my favorites because I was a kid. So
yeah.
My favorite character in every show was whichever one reminded me the most of myself. That was my general. And by that, I mean whoever was like 12 and an absolute genius and good at everything, because that's how I saw myself. So that's what I related to.
Did you ever read the Artemis Fowl book series? I feel like you would.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, you would relate to Artemis Fowl a lot.
I read Artemis Fowl when I was 12, and I was like, "This is my life story." I related so hard to Artemis Fowl. All I needed was the money. If I had that much money, I could have been him because I was definitely just as smart.
Who was your butler? Like your big bulky guy who did everything you said?
My cousin Boyd. Who got me into anime, and he was a varsity football player.
Oh no, in high school. He's who we have to blame for all of this.
And he was into wrestling too, so he would have been able to do all the wrestling moves and shit.
Did you have a little elf named Holly who you fell in love with?
If only. Did he fall in love with her?
I don't know. I only read the first two books.
I read the first two, and the second one sucked, and then the third one I just read like. I think I didn't even finish the second one, and then the third one I read like a few pages, and I was like, whatever, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, the first one was pretty dope though.
It was good to be 12 and read it while he was 12, and then when you're not 12 anymore, it's like, well, this is like they didn't do a good job of aging him with the audience like Harry Potter did. Where Harry Potter, I was exactly Harry Potter's age every year, so it made sense. The only problem is that Harry Potter's lame, and it wasn't that it was lame, it's that it was long, because I made it halfway through book 3, and I was like, I can't do this, it's too fucking long.
The author of Artemis Fowl, I think his name is Egan Colfer or something like that. Or
Eoin Colfer, yeah.
Yeah. He also wrote a book called Half Moon Investigations, which was like a detective book. And when I was like 9 years old, that was my favorite book of all time. So there you go. Ian Colfer.
He was the one who who did the last books for Hitchhiker's Guide or something like that, and everyone hated it. Something like that. Like he picked up after the guy died, and everyone was like, "Well, this is try hard shit."
Anyway, back to Jackie Chan. So you and Sai are wrong in saying that Jade is the best character. The best character of Jackie Chan is Uncle, who has.
Well, I wasn't saying she was the best. She was just a good love. Uncle is by far Jackie.
He has many catchphrases, including one more thing.
One more thing.
You mo fui fui gai ging zao.
You mo gui gai fighty zao. You mo gui gai fighty zao. You mo gui gai. Yeah, that fucking thing he would when he hits Jackie with the 2 fingers. That was something me and my cousin Boyd would do that to Victor all the time. And Victor would Boyd was strong, so he would do that, and Victor would fucking cry. You just whoosh, hit him with that fucking.
But in the context of the show, Jackie is obviously stronger than Uncle, so it's just like a superior hitting him, whereas you guys are just hitting your little brother.
If I did it, it didn't hurt. If Boyd did it, it hurt. Boyd was a big, strong man.
But I was gonna say the one thing from Jackie Chan Adventures that always sticks out is that in the season finale of season 1, there's a joke where they're all on a plane. And somebody has to go to the bathroom, and they open the door, and Uncle is in there crafting a potion, and he says, "Go away! I'm in the laboratory," but it's really called the lavatory because it's a bathroom. So Uncle didn't realize that it was a different thing.
How do we know how long we've been doing this for?
I don't.
When did we start? I have no idea. I was just suddenly like, "How long are we gonna do? Like, have we been doing this for 20 minutes or a whole hour?" I have no idea.
Why are you getting tired? You ready to go to bed?
No. I can do this all night. I'm worried about how long. Oh, it says started streaming 45 minutes ago.
Okay, good.
I mean, I can easily accidentally do this forever. So,
well, yeah. So Jackie Chan Adventures is my anime. It's your turn.
Oh shit! I forgot I had to come up with a fucking anime to recommend. See, the problem is I'm looking around my room to try to find something to recommend, but there's no like anime iconography in my room. Like everywhere I look, I just see like, you know, live action and Western stuff. There's not a lot of anime surrounding me to recommend. So it's really difficult to come up with something.
The guy who's watched over 1,000 animes can't think of a good one.
I'm used to like being able to make reference to things that are like right near me, but there's not really enough here. Well, you know, you talked about Django Unchained before, and how it's sort of a black thing, and I'm a big fan of black things. I love to have black.
The bigger, the better.
Yeah. So I'll recommend an anime series called The Boondocks, a great show aired on Cartoon Network at night. It's about black, essentially.
Sure.
It's about black issues and black life in the United States. Someone's asking Afro Samurai. It's a lot like Afro Samurai.
Yep, there's plenty of afros. Yes,
this more similar than you know. In fact, this is not a joke or a meme.
Why would it be a joke? There's no joke.
I once wrote a blog post comparing Afro Samurai to the Boondocks, and explaining why Afro Samurai is better animated, but the Boondocks has better fight scenes because they're better choreographed. So yeah, the Boondocks. Yeah, I really did. I'll link it.
Okay.
Because the Boondocks, it has some pretty impressive animation segments because parts of it were worked on by studios like Madhouse and stuff like that, and it has some really impressive fight choreography though. I mean, most of it is in reference to other films. Like it'll have lots of like references to kung fu movies and classic stuff like that, and other animes. Whereas, God damn it, I can't fucking post links in this fucking chat.
You send it to me.
Make me a moderator or something.
I don't know how to do that.
You just right click on my name, probably. Here, I'll say a word.
Okay.
I'm gay. Now,
okay.
Click the 3 dots next to me and make me a moderator, and I think I'll be able to.
Okay, you're now a moderator. Go for it.
Okay, let's see. There we go. Yeah. There's a post I wrote about how the Boondocks is really good fight choreography, because it's trying to, you know, pay homage. It's got a great scene called The Blind Nigga Samurai about the Blind Nigga Samurai, which is like sort of a send up of the style of Ninja Scroll, which Jesse just did 2 great videos about. And then I showed some scenes from Afro Samurai, which are incredibly well animated, but the choreography is just kind of incomprehensible, and it's not nearly as interesting. Even though it's trying to do the same thing, it's trying to be like a throwback, old school kick-ass samurai thing, but with a black twist.
AOM paid $2 to say make Nat a mod. If you all want to get banned, I guess I'll go ahead and do that.
But yeah, so the Boondocks, aside from having great fight scenes, is also a really excellent satire of just American politics, black culture. I think the show it's one of those that a lot of people like it, but I don't know how many of them get it. But at the same time, it's funny for me to say that as a white guy, like it's definitely pretentious of me to be like, yeah, I get black culture. I get what all this is in reference to, but I feel like I probably do more than a lot of people who enjoy the show.
Well, I think it's the level of satire where racist people will find it funny, and then like non-racist people will see that the show is kind of making fun of racism, so it's also funny.
I mean, a lot of it is very specific, and it is sort of specific to like the mid 2000s, where like there's like episode 2 is like entirely about the R. Kelly trial. So like if you don't remember that or didn't know who R. Kelly was, then good luck, But so it maybe hasn't aged the best in terms of understanding like the exact references it's making, but in terms of the overall messages, they're timeless. Like what the R. Kelly episode is about, which is about people sort of creating a media circus around someone pissing on a 14-year-old because he's famous, even though
there's nothing
not
wrong
that big
with
a
that.
fucking deal.
It's a perfectly fine thing to do. I do it almost every day.
Yeah. I am 14 and I piss on myself.
Yes. Because you'd have to be 14 to like anime, because it's for kids.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
If you're above 14 and you're still watching anime, then
get a fucking life, you loser.
You might be a homosexual. I'm just saying.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, Ravenous Hermage asks, am I familiar with the Initial D soundtrack? To which I answer, running in the 90s, it's a new way of life to me. I'm just running in the 90s. Yes, I want to know. Yes, I want to see.
So if you're done with Boondocks, I got a new anime to recommend.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this one I have to recommend with a grain of salt, because it's definitely not for everybody. I barely even like it. I've probably seen half the episodes, but I think there might be something in there if you look deeper, but maybe. Just take this one with a grain of salt. There's this internet exclusive anime called Digibro, and it's about this kind of loser otaku guy who never leaves his room. He dedicates his entire life to watching anime. It's kind of like a sad, pathetic excuse for a human being. But the bizarre thing is that he's like, he gets lucky on the internet. He has a breakthrough. He starts off reviewing like ponies and shit, but then once he goes,
what do you mean by ponies? What are you talking about?
I don't want to go into it. It's kind of embarrassing for the character.
I mean, what if you're trying to butter me up here? Like, what am I getting myself into with this?
So this character, it's a rags to riches story, because he starts off as like a poor loser who thinks that a children's cartoon for girls is like the greatest thing ever made. So it's
But girls are like shit.
Yeah. Like a 6-year-old girl, she doesn't know anything about the world, so anything she likes surely can't be that deep or
no.
Yes.
So he's basically like a fag?
I wouldn't go that far, because that would imply that he can actually have sex with men. I don't think he can have sex with anybody. I think he's just like a virgin for life once you start reviewing ponies and shit. But
the wizard level
at the mid season 2 finale, there's a huge transition where he decides to drop the pony shit and he starts reviewing anime instead.
Well, at least he made a good life decision.
Yeah. The twist is that he actually becomes popular and famous, and all these fucking idiots at home are paying him like over $1,000 per video to just like talk about anime for 5 minutes at a time. So you get to watch him like become a hermit, and his entire life, his whole job, his whole existence is just like sitting at his computer, and we watch him get fatter. He gets addicted to cigarettes. He gets addicted to alcohol. He becomes an alcoholic. And his only friends are like 7 people in a chat room, and they pride themselves on being procrastinators. So like the only part of their personality that is relevant to them is that they put off doing important things.
Right.
So it's kind of like a slice of life anime about this loser who becomes famous on the internet. But if he ever leaves the house, everybody thinks he's a freak, so he never leaves.
I feel like this would strain my suspension of disbelief to like.
Oh yeah. It's unbelievable. I don't think it could actually happen in real life.
Like, why would they think that I'm just going to buy into this idea of, like, some fat fag like reviewing children's cartoons and getting paid by people. Like, it'd be one thing if it was like a corporation, like just giving him, you know, like like just advertising this shit to like 5-year-olds, but like people, like, what is it, like kids stealing their parents' credit cards or something?
I don't know
like,
how any of the characters would even have money to give him, because anybody who likes anime isn't going to have an income.
Yeah, like what kind of like person with their life together is watching YouTube videos?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Weird.
But I mean, it's kind of in the same vein as, like, you know, One Piece and Naruto, where I can suspend my disbelief enough to enjoy the show, even if the character is kind of like a pretentious asshole who thinks he's always right.
As long as One Piece, like,
it never ends.
Episodes.
It's still going. It's still going. I'm hoping that the character kills himself soon, but it's just it's still going indefinitely as far as I can tell. Anyway, that's the Digibro anime. Do you have anything else to recommend, Digibro?
Yeah, you know, we've been recommending mostly stuff that we really enjoy personally. You know, it's been more like my favorites, your favorites, or stuff from our childhood. I'll recommend something a little bit more critically acclaimed. You know, something that's been praised on like a bigger stage than just mere YouTube.
Suicide Squad?
No, but I think you've seen this on Suicide Squad was robbed, okay? Like, it only won 1 Oscar. Best makeup? No one actually cares about best makeup, okay? No. Best picture? Yes. At least best director? Best editing? Come on! One of the best edited films I've ever seen.
And here's my problem with the best picture category is that these aren't pictures, they're movies. They should be called best movie. It's like it's several pictures stitched together to form one cohesive film. Not just one picture.
That's a good point. No, this was a few years earlier. It's a Birdman.
Oh, okay. I like that one.
It's a superhero anime.
That scene when Birdman was flying around the city, that was great.
Yeah, the original anime. The original anime book that it's based on came out in the 1960s by Hanna-Barbera.
Batman?
No, Birdman. You ever seen classic Birdman?
No. Wait, Steve Harvey Birdman, or what's it called?
Yeah, Harvey Birdman.
No, Steve Harvey's what it's called.
No, yeah, Harvey Birdman. That's what this movie's about. Harvey Birdman. He is
Harvey Birdman.
He's an attorney at law. Yeah, he's a black attorney at law who fucked up the Miss Universe pageant and got shit on it for like 2 years. And so he falls into a depression because he used to be popular. People used to like his show. Yep. But after he fucked up the Miss Universe pageant, he's become a laughingstock. So now he's trying to get back on. He's trying to become like known critically. Like, he wants to be critically well received. So he's become a pretentious asshole and decides to put on a play. Because the only people who actually watch plays are like, you know, highbrow, fart sniffing, like, you know, critique, like people who make the sound. So he decides to make one of these, but everyone's making fun of him because they think he can't do it. Because after he fucked up the Miss Universe pageant, they're like, why would you think you could do a live show when you fucked up live in front of literally like millions of people, you fucking idiot. So he puts on this show and he decides to hire like the ace child actor, like the star boy who everybody loves, played by what's his name, Norman Reedus, and he's the guy who's from Fight Club, and he's up there, and that guy is like too good, and it pisses him off because he's like, I wanted to be the star, and that guy's taking all the spotlight. So he shoots himself on stage, and everyone loves it. They think it's the greatest film ever, and he actually survives, which is so depressing to him that he then jumps out a window to finish the job. It's probably the most relatable film to this audience that we could ever have. Like, if you were looking for an escapist film, like an escapist fantasy that'll be like what you wish your life was like, then the ending of Birdman will give all of you exactly what you've been looking for.
Now, here's my problem with Steve Harvey Birdman, the movie.
Yeah.
is that it prides itself on having these really long takes, and they say, oh, the movie is like a play because it's all one continuous shot.
But it's obviously not.
But when he shoots himself, then they cop out. They show like 30 seconds of just random bullshit that has nothing to do with anything. And then the next scene, he's in the hospital. So they have this great thing going of continuous shots for like an hour and a half. And then the continuous shots ends when he shots himself in the head. So
Right.
I don't know if that was supposed to be like cutesy, ironic bullshit, but it ruined the movie for me, and I immediately turned it off. So I'm surprised to hear that you say that he jumped out the window, because once they cut the continuous shot, I just turned it off.
Jeez. Did you really?
Yeah. I was watching it in the theater, and I went up to the projectionist and said, "I'm done. Turn it off." And he did. So nobody got to see the end of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, so what happens at the very end is after he shoots himself, he wakes up in a hospital bed, as you saw. And the critic who was giving him shit before comes in, dressed as his nurse, and he's shocked because she couldn't visit him because you can only have like family and friends visit you. So she drugs a nurse and steals her uniform, comes into the room, and he's like, what the fuck is happening? And she's like, your fucking play was so good because you shot yourself that I'm going to give you a blowjob, just like in all your favorite Japanese animes.
What the fuck?
Because there's the cliche of the sexy nurse comes in and fucking jacks you off and blows your dick, Yeah,
like Nurse Joy from Pokemon.
Exactly. And he's like, you're 60 fucking 5 years old and disgusting. I don't want your gross ass gummy fucking mouth on my dick. Mm-hmm. And she just starts crying. And then he, because he can't take the sound of her crying, because a woman crying is like the most, gross and disgusting sound in the world.
I'd rather kill her and then kill myself.
Yeah, he jumps directly out the window. He doesn't even bother killing her because it would take too long. Trying to silence that noise was too important, so he jumps clear out the window and kills himself.
Well, hey, there you go.
It's a very interesting ending.
Yeah, no, it sounds very ambiguous in that maybe it would even win the Best Movie Award at the Oscars.
It did. It did win the Best Film Award. Yeah.
I thought it won Best Picture, which of course is a retarded category.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the Academy Awards hasn't recognized the sheer brilliance of this and changed the name of Best Picture to actually give it the weight it deserves.
Yeah. But, speaking of weight, how are you doing, Digibro?
I am doing great. I'm on my third Red Horse beer, and I'm drinking Monster Energy at the same time. I'm kind of doing like a speedball thing with my.
It's a homemade Four Loko before they ruined it.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've been talking a lot about animes, but I'm ready to talk about an anime book that really affected my life.
Switching gears a little bit.
It kind of changed my perception on the world and how I view pretty much everything.
It doesn't happen to involve like myself getting twisted, does it?
No, it's not My Twisted World. No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you've read it. If not, you're at least familiar with the author.
Right.
It's an anime book called Men Are Better Than Women by
yes, I have read it.
By Dick Masterson Miyamoto, I think is his name.
Yeah, I've read Dick Masterson Miyamoto's. Not related to Miyamoto Tarantino, by the way.
So
they get that all the time, but they're not related.
You know how people who go to college, the best degrees you can get are women's studies, English, and history. Like those are the three smartest types of people, or those degrees.
Yeah, you know how the song goes, what do you do with a BA in English? Literally whatever you want. It's the best degree.
Yeah. The whole plot of Avenue Q is that the guy has too many options with his BA in English. He doesn't know what to go with. But so this guy, Dick Masterson, he got a doctorate. He went to school for 8 years to study gender studies. And he found some crazy results in his 8 years of gender studies. He actually discovered that men are better than women, and he wrote this thesis paper, which he ended up publishing as the book the anime book, Men Are Better Than Women. And it's just full of evidence and anecdotes and funny stories that prove once and for all that men are the superior gender. Have you read this book?
I have. My favorite thing about Men Are Better Than Women is that you can smell the whiskey on Dick's breath through the page.
I think he did say during Biggest Problem that every time he started writing a chapter, he would get fucking hammered.
You can, like, I could probably go through that book and rank each chapter based on how drunk I think he was when he wrote it. Like, sometimes it's like a little bit more of like a biting satire, like really well worded, well crafted chapter, and then other times it's just pure stream of consciousness insanity. And I love that about it.
When I got it my sophomore year of high school, I actually did a book report on it. And my English teacher that year was like,
you knew about it before Biggest Problem?
Yeah, I found out about it.
Oh my God.
Because there's that viral video of him on Dr. Phil, the Men Are Better Than Women.
I'd never heard of Dick at all until Biggest Problem.
Oh, I knew about him when I was fucking 15 years old because of the Dr. Phil clip. So the only reason why I watched Biggest Problem, or the reason why I found the podcast, was because somebody was talking about Dick Masterson just did a podcast about social justice.
So you knew about it from Dick and not from Maddox.
Yes, I was one of the rare people.
Had you read any of Maddox before?
I had no idea who he was.
Oh my God.
No idea.
Incredible. He's been a fucking writer for 17 years. A writer, I should say. But I guess the years that you would have been most interested is probably when he wasn't that active, because he was mostly active in the early 2000s and he kind of dropped off in the late 2000s.
Yeah. Well, so as soon as I heard that Dick Masterson was back and he did a podcast about social justice warriors, I jumped on board and I caught up on Biggest Problem, and I loved it. It was great. But my sophomore year of high school, my English teacher was a very, very pro-feminism white woman.
Oh no!
And I
so was mine, and I have a similar story, but I'll let you finish.
I did a book report over Men Are Better Than Women, and then we had a project. What's that?
What grade were you in?
10th grade, sophomore year.
Okay.
But when I was 16 or 15 or however old I was sophomore year, I didn't know that it was satire. I thought that Dick Masterson was a real person, and I wrote the book report as if he was being completely serious and that it wasn't satire at all.
Oh no!
But I ended up getting like an A- anyway, so it was all good.
Oh, your teacher wasn't a total bitch like mine was.
What happened to you?
So when I was in 11th grade, I was in AP English. My teacher was also a hardcore feminist. She had us read. She really hard, heavy workload in this class. Like, I was not an honor student. I was good at English, like, because I know English, but I'm not good at doing schoolwork, you know? Like, so they put me in AP English, or I put myself in there, like, thinking, oh, I'll ace this because I'm good at English. Not thinking, oh my God, they're going to give me work constantly and like a million years of homework. So she would have us write like analytical stuff about the books we were reading, but she would give us like a prescribed list of topics of like what analytical lenses we could view it through, most of which were feminist, you know? So like, and mind you, at the time, this was before feminism became like a buzzword on the internet, or at least it was before I had heard it. So I didn't, have any opinions about that fact. I just thought it was annoying that she only let us view the works through these lenses, whereas I fancied myself an analyst. This was something I did for fun, as an anime blogger. So I wanted to view these works through my own lens. Well, she had us take, there was one point where we had to, she said she wanted us to write like a 1-page analysis of 5 different like works. Like we get to choose 5 things and analyze them briefly in this in our own little report. So of course my 5 things I choose are like song lyrics to like a grindcore band, like one, but there's only one that matters, one that's hilarious. And the third one I chose was Martin Luther King's nigga speech from the Boondocks.
Oh my
God.
Speech
where he goes, niggas wax and wane, niggas love to complain, niggas hate to work, They love to wait. Niggas hate to hurry. He goes on and on and on because that speech in the show is very meaningful. The point of it is Martin Luther King, like, you know, he did all this fighting for the black community, and he comes back and all he sees is all this ignorant shit they're doing, and it disappoints him to the point that he gives this whole speech emphatically calling them all niggas. And it's hilarious, and it's a good biting satire. So I write an analysis of it. Not appreciated by the teacher. All I get, like, and I remember, I mean, aside from the fact that I got
AOM paid $2 to say, "Wait, a strip recorder bot of power."
Aside from, what does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Who's recorder bot?
He's Cream Man's alter ego who outed King Critic.
How did we strip him of power?
Because he was a mod and he banned Psy, so I took away his moderation powers.
I see. So wasn't Psy also a mod?
I don't know.
He had a check mark next to his name.
That just means he's famous.
Yeah. Even though I don't have one of those. But
you're not famous. Psy's way more famous than you, dude.
So yeah, I think I got like a D on this report overall, but like she'd written like a lot of notations on that section, like that it was offensive and I shouldn't write stuff like that. But one of the things she wrote was Martin Luther King never said this, which was particularly confusing because in this report, not only did I have a thumbnail photo from the show, like I had a picture of Martin Luther King, and my analysis completely explains the context. Like I explained the whole context of the scene and what show it's from. And she's like, Martin Luther didn't say this. This is very offensive. And I was just like, yeah, no shit. It's a satire, you fucking idiot. Anyway, I got kicked out of that class and almost kicked out of school later.
God.
Because of a different thing. I won't get into that story. It's told in probably several episodes of Digibros, and I don't want to repeat myself again. But I'll tell you sometime.
I also similarly got in trouble in English class for a paper I wrote. It was I took a class called computation, so it's like just writing papers to prepare you for college. And just as a starter paper, you're supposed to write a 3-page paper like in the first week about what you want to be when you grow up, just to sample your writing style and to see what kind of shit you can do.
Well, hold on. Before you continue, someone said Digi's fucking stupid. For the record, I wanted to get kicked out of that class. I was trying to.
That's just spicy salts. You can't take spicy salts too seriously.
Yeah.
I know my commenters. I read every single comment. I know who is serious and who's.
Well, I wanted to make that clear because of the fact that it could seem like I just thought that I mean, with the Martin Luther King thing, I was trying to be clever and it backfired because the teacher was a bitch. But the thing that got me kicked out of the class was basically written with the express purpose of telling people that I didn't want to be in this class anymore and I needed to be out of it. So, yeah.
I also got in trouble because I tried to be clever with an essay. The topic was, what do you want to be when you grow up? And my thesis was, I don't want to be anything because I wish I was dead. And then I wrote a 3-page paper about why I wish I was dead. And I was immediately sent to the guidance counselor's office.
That's great.
But the funny part of the story is that, I talked to the guidance counselor. I say it was just a joke. They call my parents, whatever the fuck. But then I ended up getting an A on the paper, so I don't know why she reported it if she liked it so much.
You know what, Mumkey? I will tell you the rest of the story just for you. Some people have heard this before, but I think you'll enjoy this story.
No, fuck them.
So okay, what happened was I'm in this AP English class, and we get an assignment that was write about a time in your life that you failed to do something, and write it in the style of one of the authors that we've read so far in this class. I chose George Orwell because we'd read one of his short stories. I'd read 1984 before. I was a fan. So I was like, I'm going to write a really dark, personal, like biting, story about the topic I chose was about me failing to do my homework for this AP English class. So I write this long ass, like probably 6-page, which is long for a high schooler. Yeah. Like a 6-page story, like a semi-fictional story. It's like based in reality, but nothing that actually happens is real. about how badly I want like to be out of this class essentially, and how it's like how like trying to do homework is fucking with my mind. And there's a part in there where I'm talking to my friend Dansan on Instant Messenger, because at the time my friend Dansan was a hikikomori, and like NHK, welcome to the NHK.
Yeah.
Completely locked in his room. We bonded over NHK. Actually, we became friends because we both loved that show so much. Because
what year did that come out? Like 2007?
It came out in 06, but we watched it in 07. Or I did.
Oh, okay.
We bonded in 07. So, yeah. So we were talking a lot, and in the story, I talked to him on Instant Messenger, and the dialogue I wrote for him was like, maybe you should leave that class before you like flip shit and stab your teacher or something. You know, like. In my perspective, it's like it's just dialogue, you know, it's not something that's like a threat, but so that's in the story, right? And the whole thing, there's one whole part about me picking up a gun and putting it to my head, but then realizing that like I don't want to kill myself and putting it back down or whatever. But I specifically refer to it as, oh, what the fuck? Have you ever played Persona? You know the Persona games?
No.
Well, in the game Persona 3, the way the characters like activate their personas, which are like these magical creatures that sort of float behind them and fight for them, is by shooting themselves in the head with a like a gun called a fucking, I can't remember, but I used whatever the name of the guns are in that game as the name of the gun in my story. So I don't have, and I never say I pick up a gun. I say I pick up this thing, but I'm clearly describing a gun. And I put it up to my head and then decide I don't want to use it and put it back down. But so the whole story is just about me being depressed and not wanting to be in this class. Now, the weird part is that I turned in this story like a full month evoker. People are telling me it's called an evoker. Yeah, I picked up the evoker. So I turned in the story, and because the teacher was always way behind on actually like checking all of our stuff, like almost a whole month has passed before she actually has read my essay. She goes straight to my guidance counselor with it. The guidance counselor interprets her coming to her as she's worried I'm going to stab her. So, because my guidance counselor was fucking retarded, and thank God she got like fired the next year.
Has
like,
there ever been a non-retarded guidance counselor though? They're all fucking retarded.
But she was real bad, and I think she actually got shit canned for being quite so bad because she probably got lots of complaints.
Good.
She was a dumb bitch. So she calls my parents like, your son just wrote a story about stabbing teachers. Mind you, this is the same year that Virginia Tech happened.
Oh no.
So everyone's really on edge. Me and my brother were at the store like buying Mountain Dew or something, and we come home and my dad is like freaking the fuck out, and he's like, why would you do this? Why would you write a story like this? And I don't even know what he's talking about because it's been so long since I wrote the thing that I completely forgot about it. So they bring me into school the next day, like they bring me into a meeting with my vice principal and the school psychologist. I did not know this was a thing. There's a school psychologist. And they bring me into a meeting with these two people, and they're like basically talking to me and my mom and trying to like resolve this. And I'm good at dealing with authority. I'm just like, that wasn't my intention. The story is just it's just a story. It's just
a story.
It's what they said. They told me to write a George Orwell style story. His stories are dark. They're all dark psychological stories.
Yeah, like rats on people's faces and shit.
Yeah, I wrote it like George Orwell. That's all it's supposed to be. That's my argument. And the school psychologist and the vice principal, who were both very cool, they were like, this story is actually really good. Like the psychologist guy told me, like, he was like, all politics aside, I think you're going to be a great writer one day. Like that was his impression. I was like, that's all I took away from it. Yeah, hell yeah. So here's the thing, Mumkey. This all ends in the most beautiful train of events I've ever seen, because I wanted to leave that class. So not only do they let me skip school for the rest of that day, I get to miss like a day and a half of school because of this essay I've written. And then when I finally do have my last day of school, they call me in after school, like after the last bell is rang. They call me into this little office, and there's like a shitload of faculty in there. There's the vice principal, the psychologist, my English teacher, and all these other people who I don't recognize. They call me into this weird office I've never seen before, didn't know existed. It's just like a giant table. And basically, what they're doing in a very roundabout way is trying to convince me to say I will drop the class. Like, it's all these people, like, because I'm scared to say it. I was afraid. I was always afraid of failure. I was afraid of like looking like a failure or like feeling like I didn't live up to my potential. So I was afraid to say it, but like they basically just keep talking to me about the essay. Like, you clearly want to drop this class and the teacher's not comfortable with you being in this class. So would you please drop this class? And eventually I'm like, okay, I'll drop the class. So I get out of the class. I go outside. I leave the school, right? They have held my bus to wait for me. All the other buses are gone. My bus is just sitting there waiting for me. And I go walking out of school and I see the bus there alone. And I think, I'm a god. I am a literal god. I have bent the universe to my will, because here's what I've gotten out of all this. I got to miss 2 days of school. I got to leave the English class I hated, and they held my bus for me. I felt like a fucking badass. Everything worked out my way. I got to leave the class, got put in remedial English, like the normal one, and I literally slept through class every single day and still got A's.
Is remedial English really the normal one? I think that's the special ed one.
What I got in the normal English. It was
okay.
Some the lady who ran the AP English was like the hardcore feminist college lady. The lady who ran the normal English was a fucking retard. Like, I think she was actually retarded. She was this fat black lady who was real slow. She talked really slow. She was really boring. Didn't know what she was talking about. And like worships Condoleezza Rice because she sees Condoleezza Rice as like a strong black woman. Yep. So she like just admires her just because she's like a black woman in a position of power, and therefore she's perfect, even though she knows clearly nothing about her. Just had like pictures of her around the walls and shit. I'm like, okay, whatever.
I'm glad that when you want to describe your teacher as being like slow and retarded, you have to include that she's black.
Well, it's important that she's black because she worships Condoleezza Rice. Like, that's why it's, like, because she's a black woman, she saw Condoleezza as this figurehead representing all of black women. But she taught like, all right, class, so this word of the day is like real slow,
So, long story short, this is a humble brag about how good of a writer you are.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
I'm a writer.
So I don't remember what anime I recommended to start this. Now it's your turn.
Was it you who? Wasn't it after me recommending Birdman? What'd you recommend after that?
I don't remember, but I know it's your turn.
Okay, if you say so.
It was Men Are Better Than Women is what I recommended.
Oh yeah, Men Are Better Than Women. That's what launched us down this whole fucking rabbit hole. A great anime.
Yeah, it's great. Anime book.
Yeah, anime book. Oh, should I recommend an anime book too?
I don't care.
Ooh, okay. I'll recommend an anime book. Should I recommend my favorite anime book? My outright #1 favorite of all time?
Sword Art Online?
No. House of Leaves. House of Leaves is my favorite anime book ever made.
Is that the book that was on the toilet in Breaking Bad that Hank was reading when he found out Walter White was Heisenberg?
I don't know, but if so, that's awesome because it is legitimately my favorite anime.
Oh, did you not watch Breaking Bad?
No, I haven't seen Breaking Bad.
Oh, okay. Spoiler alert.
So okay, House of Leaves is a really big ass book, and what's unique about it is that it's what's referred to as ergodic literature, and the way that what that means is a book that the way you read it is a part of the story. So this book,
it's like a choose your own adventure. You go to page 7 to stab the mummy. You go to page 18 to get laid with your sister.
I mean, the House of Leaves is a horror story. It's sort of a psychological horror that's also like a meta commentary on writing itself and on criticism. And the way that the book works, so it's sort of a story within a story within a story. So the outermost story is this guy named Johnny Truant, and he finds in his apartment building, this old guy dies, and he goes into the old guy's room and he finds out that this dude has all these notations for a novel he was writing. And the novel that the old guy was writing is an analysis of a film. So Johnny Truant in the outermost story is trying to put together all these like random notations that this old guy has to try to recreate the book that this old guy was writing. So The outermost story is Johnny Truant recreating the book. Then the inner story inside of that is the book itself. So half of the book is you reading the old man's story, which is itself a film analysis. The film is a film that does not exist, even within Johnny Truant's world. Like Johnny Truant loses his mind trying to find this movie that doesn't actually exist. And the movie is a home video that is supposedly a true story of this filmmaker who his house keeps growing bigger and bigger on the inside, but not on the outside. And so the house is growing in deeper and deeper and deeper, and he's going deeper into the house and filming all this crazy stuff that happens. So the old man's book is an analysis of the film about the filmmaker, and he's trying to prove that it's real, and he's citing all these sources, and he's going into this super in-depth analysis, which Johnny Truant is losing his mind, realizing is not real at all. But Johnny Truant is clearly off his rocker, and he's just like going deeper and deeper into losing his mind. So simultaneously, as you read this book, the film is getting more and more into losing my mind zone. And the analysis of the film has never been like anything that makes sense in reality. And Johnny Truant is losing his mind trying to piece it all together. So the whole thing is just this coalescing of everyone losing their fucking mind in the middle of this horror story about this house that keeps growing bigger and bigger on the inside, and people are being chased by like a minotaur inside this labyrinthine book. Now, the book itself, House of Leaves, is also a labyrinth. The way that you read it is labyrinthine because it has constant notations where like you'll be reading a page and it'll have like a notation that says like 34, and then you go to read like the number 34 annotation, and that annotation goes on for 4 pages and has 4 of its own annotations that take you to other parts of the book.
Wait, so are the annotations at the back of the book like Chicago style?
No. They're all within the book. Like you can read this. It's not too much of a pain in the ass. Unlike Infinite Jest, which is a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah,
it does something similar. This one's less of a pain in the ass, but it has parts where there's like 4 different texts happening on the same page, and you have to read. You have to like literally physically turn the book over to read some parts, or to like move through the pages in certain distinctive ways. Or sometimes there will be a page with like only 3 words on it that are folding to the nature of what is being said in the text. Like maybe someone's falling, and as it's happening, the text is falling down the page. Really exciting read. It's legitimately horrifying and awesome, and it's also like a meta commentary on the whole nature of analyzing books. It has there's sections where it's making reference to like the concept of postmodernism, which obviously the book is postmodernist, but it's also making fun of that whole movement. It's everything. It's everything about literature is captured in this book. It's the greatest thing I've ever read, and I fucking love it.
And who is this by?
It's by Mark Z. Danielewski, who House of Leaves was his first book, and he's got 2 more. I haven't read his 3rd one yet. The second one is called Only Revolutions, and it is totally incomprehensible. Like it's like House of Leaves. It has lots of weird stuff with how you read it, but unlike House of Leaves, it's written entirely in poetic prose, and it's totally incomprehensible. Like it's just I tried reading parts of it. I haven't tried in a few years. Maybe I'd understand it a little better now, but like it is way over my head. He's got a new book which is more like House of Leaves. I haven't read it yet, and it's in like multiple parts, and it's gigantic. So I don't know when I'll get around to it, but people have been recommending it. People told me it's not like Only Revolutions. It's actually like readable. Only Revolutions I do not recommend. It's the most like what the fuck am I looking at book I've ever picked up.
So it's called House of Leaves, you said?
House of Leaves, my favorite anime book of all time.
What you're saying is House of Leaves is your second favorite anime book, and your favorite anime book is The Triflers by Mumkey Jones.
Triflers is also a good anime book. I have to pee really bad. Do you have to pee?
I have to pee again too. Should we go on another break?
Yeah, let's give them a video to watch though.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll find one that's a minute long. Real quick. 1 minute video. Let's type 1 minute video into YouTube and see what we get. 1 minute video, The Perfectionist. I don't know what this is gonna be. It's probably shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? No. I'll do something better. I'll get you a fun video by my brother Victor on his channel. Let's see.
Is it his pony review?
Which one of these is only a minute? No, that's not on his main.
Bitch, I gotta pee right now. If you don't send me a link in 5 seconds, I'm peeing without
fuck
you.
it. I had to pee too bad as well. I'm not even leaking anything. Fuck the chat.
Okay, yeah, fuck the chat. Everybody in the chat, go pee.
Okay, I'm here. I guess Mumkey's not here yet. Yeah, I'm here. Real King Critic as opposed to fake King Critic. How many fucking accounts does he have? You missed everything, Clegg.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
hello,
Clegg's here.
Hello. Hello.
Mumkey?
Hey, looks when we go pee, it looks like we lose 20 viewers. Fuck those people.
We got Clegg.
Who?
We got Clegg in the chat.
Are you talking about Real King Critic?
Yeah.
That's Cream Man.
Oh. Well, fucking
Yeah.
I just assumed that Clegg had 80 accounts so that he could continue to obfuscate his.
That's Digibro for you. He'll make crazy assumptions and then he'll base entire videos off of them.
Wait, when have I done such a thing?
Have you ever been on the YouTube channel Digibro? It's pretty much every single video on there. Okay, I got a real anime for you.
This guy wants me to tell you a story. I'm not going to tell him the Tokidoki Balloon story because I'd rather wait till he's actually read House of Leaves, and that would be appropriate. Which, incidentally, Mumkey, I do very sincerely recommend that book to you. I think you in particular would really love that book, House of Leaves.
To the guy who recommended it, if you donate $5, I'll make Digi tell the story. How's that sound?
I mean, you won't. I'd rather you. Like, the story won't make sense if you haven't read the book.
Digi, $5 is more important to me than getting spoiled on a book. Anyway,
it's not that it would spoil you. It's that the story will mean nothing to you.
Nothing means anything to me, so it wouldn't be any different. We come back from the bathroom and the views go up by like 15. Like somehow they knew that we came back from the bathroom.
I've always wondered about that. I've seen that happen before, and I'm like, how the fuck do they know?
I don't know. It's bizarre.
Right, what are you going to recommend, an anime or an anime book?
A normal anime this time. Okay. And actually, you might be a professional anime connoisseur, Digi, but I think I actually have an anime recommendation that you haven't heard of.
Oh, amazing.
It's little known. There's a few forums online that discuss the show, but otherwise I've never seen anybody talk about it.
Holy shit.
This is anime on the Hub channel called My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. And let me tell you,
My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
Yeah. So in the current day, anime is extremely cynical. It's always you got shows like Scrubs, right, where JD is like this happy-go-lucky doctor who wants everybody to be happy.
Consider that a very sincere show. So,
but like the janitor, he's an asshole to him. Dr. Kelso is an asshole. The ripoff of Like all the doctors are assholes to him, you know? Like
Scrubs,
it's very
the epitome of cynicism in television. Sure.
Yeah, it's very cynical. You got shows like Family Guy, where Peter, he's supposed to be this loving father, but he keeps telling his daughter Meg to shut up. It's so rude and mean. So like you try to just sit down and watch anime, but everybody's a fucking asshole all the time. But then Tara Strong Miyamoto comes out with this new anime, this new Japanese anime. It's called My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, and there's no cynicism at all. The whole show is about the power of teamwork and friendship and love and caring. We got these 6 main ponies, right? And like they each have their own little cutie mark that gives them superpowers to like kick trees to get apples or to like read books in a library or some stupid shit. But
I can't believe no one told me that Tara Strong Miyamoto had a new show.
Yeah, but I really appreciate this
so
show.
Much. In Fairy Odu Parentsu and Za Power Pafu Garuzu and what else was Tara Strong Miyamoto in?
Tinu Taitano.
Oh yeah, Tinu Taitano. That was my favorite. That was when she was Revan. She played Revan in Tinu Taitano.
Which I was really confused by Tinu Taitano because Raven was not actually a bird. She was just like a girl. I was like, what the fuck? This character doesn't make any sense. But yeah, My Little Pony, there's no cynicism at all. It's like just like a warm, well-meaning show that always teaches you a happy lesson.
Yeah.
The chat says she's also in Foster's Home for Kaiju.
Who fucking said that? Oh my god!
I'll find it. It was Mad Hyena.
Foster's Home for
Good
Kaiju.
poll. So yeah, that's all I have to say about My Little Pony. Have you heard of it?
Foster's no Kaiju Ouchi.
Yep.
Foster's no Kaiju Ouchi.
Is that your new recommendation? Do you want to talk about Foster's?
No, I'm not a fan of Foster's.
Oh.
Was Tara Strong in Foster's? Who did she play in that?
I have no idea.
Tara Strong Miyamoto. I'm sorry. I know it's disrespectful to not say a Japanese person's full name.
Was she like the human girl who was
really? The fact that we haven't been adding san onto all these people's names is quite offensive. But we're trying to. It's an American audience. We all understand.
Right.
I don't want to confuse the audience by fucking speaking all this nip shit.
I don't want to waste any syllables. All my words are valuable. Oh yeah, she was also in Rugratsu.
Yeah, Ruguratsu.
So yeah, that's my recommendation. What's your next one? Oh,
shit.
She played Mac's brother.
I kind of whoa, really?
Yeah.
Oh god, I kind of used up my joke on that I was gonna use on my next recommendation. All right. Okay, I'll recommend an anime. Yeah, not an anime book. I'll recommend an anime.
Okay.
I'm gonna recommend an anime called Ex-Military. It's an anime about a black homeless-looking man screaming at the top of his lungs about all kinds of like weird, fucked up, dark shit. Like he'll just start screaming like, head of a trick in a bucket, body of a trick in a bag, thrown in the fire like fuck it, gotta burn it before it goes bad. Too many times been disgusted, but a stench of rottenness set to drag. And
is that part of the Death Grips anime universe?
It is actually. I'm glad you knew that. It's. I'm surprised that you're aware. Yeah, in the Death Grips anime universe, is the show Ex-Military. Yeah, it's just this crazy, skinny, but really he's weirdly skinny, but also really muscular. Black homeless guy who like sits in a car and rocks back and forth and screams "yeah" about stuff, and it's really bizarre. Like, this is definitely an art house show. Well, I said outhouse, didn't I?
It is shit.
It's both. Yeah. It's an art house show. It's definitely not for everybody. Some people, it's one of those shows that has like a 5 out of 10 on review aggregate websites. But then when you look at the actual review scores, it's like they're half 1 and half 10. You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of thing. Like you either get it or you just totally don't get it.
Right.
Like Xavier Renegade Angel or something, you know?
Yeah. That show
I don't know how many people have heard of Xavier Renegade Angel, but
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So yeah, it's one of my favorite animes, but it's definitely not for everybody. It's the kind of thing that you really got to be in the mood for. You got to be in the right mindset, you know, be open-minded, and ready to listen to a like drunk black guy scream yeah a whole lot. So
is that all? I don't have much to add on that because I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I'll just say that it goes through different emotions. I would definitely recommend it if you're like angry and you want to break something.
That's
the perfect mood. Like the more you're drunk and ready to go ape shit, it's sort of it's very harsh, it's very loud. You got to listen to it. Well, you got to play this anime at max volume. Like you can't just fucking watch this like at night when your parents are asleep. You got to be like, crank your speakers up, get naked, and get as drunk as possible, and like just find something sharp to slap your dick against. That's the way to enjoy it.
Okay. Now, do you want your dick to be hard or soft?
Oh, harder than God. Like,
okay.
You want to be so hard that it hurts and you didn't know you could get that hard. Like, you want to be so hard that you are grabbing a ruler because your previous dick measurement was not accurate. Like, you're realizing your dick's longer than you thought it was before. That's how hard you want to get.
Wow, I need to listen to this to make my dick longer than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Got to overcome this 3.5 curse I've been living with.
Yeah.
Okay, did you? We've been talking a lot about animes, but I got a real anime to talk about now.
Okay.
It's a little known anime classic. It's called
little known, but a classic. All right.
It's called
I'm excited.
It's a real anime. It's called Parasite the Maxim.
Oh, wow.
It's the story of Shinichi Izumi, who is just your typical high school kind of nerdy guy who kind of flirts with a girl who he likes. But everything changes when these parasites from space start to invade Earth and they take over humans' bodies. And then the humans become like a what's the word? A host for the parasites, and they start killing people and eating them and infecting other people. But this teenager, this high schooler named Shinichi, he's getting infected by a parasite who he later names Migi, and the parasite tries to invade his brain, but he's able to stop it in his arm, so then it can only take over his arm. So now he's like a human boy, but his hand has been taken over by a parasite that can transform into different shapes and like turn into weapons and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So Shinichi and Migi, who he names the parasite, they eventually become friends. They don't really like each other at first, but since Migi's kind of stuck with him and he's stuck with Migi, they start fighting other parasites to stop the invasion. And it's a really thrilling story. And the finale episodes, like the last 5 or 6 episodes, are especially thrilling because there's like this overwhelmingly powerful, like 3 parasites inside of one body boss that they have to fight, and it seems like an impossible task. But I don't want to spoil anything, but it's surely a fun joyride.
Well, my good friend, thinly veiled Wikipedia article reading, I gotta say, as much I know you're excited about Parasite, but I actually thought it was shit. I watched it, not very entertaining. It was all right at first, has some good moments, but it gets really boring in the second half, and just who cares, But hey, I mean, if you like it, thinly veiled Wikipedia reading, then good for you.
I watched the English dub, and I'm pretty sure that Migi was voiced by Tara Strong. So,
oh yeah, that is likely,
but maybe not. I don't know.
So you actually did watch Parasite? I wasn't sure based on that extremely Wikipedia description.
Me and Biggs. That was one of the animes we watched together back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean like a year ago.
It came out in 2014, so it wasn't that long ago.
I watched it as it aired on Adult Swim, and I really loved it, and I do genuinely like that show a whole lot.
You like the second half of it? You didn't think it got weird? I mean, I didn't actually finish it myself. I got sick. Like, I thought the first like 6 episodes were really strong, and then after that, it just kind of got repetitive, and I lost interest.
Did you see the episode when like his parents die?
That's really early.
Yeah, it's like episode 4. Like that's what hooked me in.
Like the first, that first part is great, and then it just like becomes like there's like 2 different episodes of Parasite just getting into the school and him having to fight him, and I was just like, and then the one girl dies, and I was like, I don't care anymore. This is retarded, you know.
I mean, I guess I thought it was thrilling the whole time. It might have slowed down a bit in the middle, but it really picks up towards the end.
I know some of my friends watched it and they told me it wasn't worth finishing, so that's why I didn't bother. But I know that, that's the long and short of my opinion of it. I dropped it, and then my friends said, don't bother. Like, because a lot of people really loved that show. There was a lot of people who were like highly recommending it, but then
and it has a great soundtrack too.
Like, I don't trust anybody unless I know their taste, and the people who I'm close to were telling me it wasn't worth it, so that's why I gave up. I hated the soundtrack in that show.
Really? It was like really it was like techno.
You liked all the weird dubstep music that they threw in there?
Actually did. It grew on me. It started off like, oh, this is kind of cringy and dumb, but once you get into it, it's pretty good.
It wasn't even so much the soundtrack as like the sound editing. Like it would get like weird. It would get quiet and loud at inopportune moments. I thought the directing of that show was really bad overall. Like I just thought it was not well. The images were not well paced, in my opinion. But
it was it was kind of on the same wavelength for me as Death Note, and I kind of enjoyed it in the same regard.
It's very comparable, and I'm not that surprised that you like it because it's your genre. So that's why like you have a very I don't mean this as an insult, but you have a very Reddit taste in anime.
Sure.
Like our anime is sort of along the same wavelength as you. That's why I recommended you the shows that I did. Like all of them are that like the same crowd who likes Parasite and Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and Death Note is.
You don't like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood?
Oh, I do. I love that. I love all those shows. Death Note's all right, but yeah, I love Brotherhood. But to me, Brotherhood. Like the thing about Brotherhood is that it's very well made, like it's well structured and crafted, and everything happens exactly as it should. Like to me, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is the closest thing that anime has to the Western canon. Like it's everything that the Western fandom wants from a show. Like epic in scope, lots of characters, lots of moving parts, but it all comes together. There's a huge climax and a whole episode worth of resolution. Like. It's got everything.
You didn't have a problem with the last 30 episodes all taking place on the same day?
I love that aspect of it. Like I think it's cool, but
I can't imagine watching that like at home, one episode per week, and like the one day takes over half a year to get through.
Well, you haven't seen Hunter x Hunter, where there's a 1 hour scene that takes like 70 episodes. It's fucking awesome.
It's like the last episode of Death Note where like 25 seconds takes the entire episode.
Yeah. So I've never actually seen the last episode of Death Note.
But you don't need to.
But yeah, so the thing about Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is that like I totally appreciate it in terms of the writing, like how strong it is as like being the ultimate story. And I do like it. It just doesn't have a lot that appeals to me on like a personal level. There's nothing that like jumps out to me as like, oh man, this is what I wish stories were like, you know? Like it feels to me like the perfect show for canon, for like, this is what people will give the high scores to, which it does have like the highest score of all anime. So like I totally love that about it. I love it as the representation of what everyone wants, but it doesn't appeal to me in like the specific way that my favorite shows do, not that I don't love the show. I do love it. And I love, what was the other one we mentioned? I don't remember.
Parasite?
Who cares? I didn't like it. I liked the first part of Parasite, and I like Death Note. I liked, but I read it when I read the manga, and I read the anime book rather, and I read it when I was like 14.
That's the best time to read it.
Yeah, it was really good. But I never. It was funny because I was borrowing each volume from some girl in my Japanese class, and I almost said
the weirdest thing I've ever heard you say.
I almost said a friend of mine who was a girl, but we weren't really friends. She was just in my Japanese class. But she would loan me each volume of Death Note, and eventually I started buying them. So I bought the first 8, but I'd read the first 10. And when I read volume 10, I was like, I'm not that into this anymore. I don't want to like buy these, even though it only went on to 13 volumes. So I never actually read the last 3 because
at that point had L been defeated.
Yeah, L gets killed at the end of volume 7.
Yeah, so I pretty much fall off the track as soon as that happens as well. I think the show loses its strength.
They also like, okay, I got to tell you about this. So the guys who wrote Death Note, the next manga they wrote, or the next anime book they wrote, is my favorite of all time. It's called Bakuman, and it's about
boys.
Yeah. It's about making anime books. The whole plot of the anime book is about making anime books. It's about these. It's a writer and artist, just like the artist and writer of Death Note, who team up when they're in high school, and they decide they're going to try to become the #1 book in Shonen Jump. So the whole story, it follows them through 10 years of their career as they start out from high school, and they try to work their way up, and they eventually, make like the #1 story in Shonen Jump. But when they finally achieve the #1 story, the story that they write is very clearly supposed to be Death Note. Like, it's obviously they're reconstructing Death Note within this story with the characters making it. However, what happens is towards the end, like they've gotten into their story, and the concept of it's called Reversi as opposed to Death Note. But in Reversi, it's about these 2 guys who are like these morally opposed figures who are having this ultimate battle, trying to outsmart one another, just like in Death Note. And they are getting to the point in the story where one of them has to lose, like the main character has to kill the other guy, and they're getting there. But however, the story is also about to receive an anime adaptation. So they get into a conflict with Shonen Jump, where Shonen Jump is like, well, your story is getting to this point where it should be ending, but they're about to make an anime. So is there any possible way you could extend the story and make more of it?
And that would have ruined it.
Now, in Bakuman, the characters say, they eventually stick to their guns, and they say, you know what, we're going to end the story where we want to end it. As soon as this conflict is resolved, there's really nowhere else to go. So they get to end their story at the height when one of the characters dies, and that's the ending.
Perfectly logical.
Yeah. So what that says
to storytelling.
It seems to me like a clear commentary that the reason Death Note continued past where it should have ended is because it was getting an anime adaptation, and it was the biggest story in Shonen Jump. So Shonen Jump begged them to keep going, and so they came up with a whole extra arc, only to realize once they made it, this was a bad idea, and we ruined the legacy of our manga. Yeah. So they corrected it in Bakuman, which Bakuman's even better than Death Note anyway. So
I'd say the first 2/3 of Death Note is a solid 9 out of 10 for me, and then the last third is a 4 out of 10.
I would say it goes from a 7 to a I don't care anymore. I didn't even finish it, so who cares?
All right, so that was my recommendation. So now it's your turn.
Oh, that was you? What were you recommending? I don't remember. Oh,
Parasite.
Right. Oh my god, I'm so thrown that you recommended an anime.
I've been doing that all night.
Oh my god, I have the perfect anime to recommend. Okay. I recommend an anime called Red Horse Beer. Believe it or not.
Is that the sequel to Blue Dragon?
No. It has nothing to do with Blue Dragon. It is the sequel to Red Stripe.
Sounds like a beer.
If you've been consuming Red Stripe all night, if you've been watching Red Stripe and you want to up the ante, you move on to Red Horse. All right, so Red Horse is actually the first anime I ever watched. Fun fact.
When you were 12?
No. Much later. I was into like air quotes anime when I was 12, but I didn't get really into anime, like the adult, the real shit, until I was 19.
I don't know if you're talking about anime or beer.
You know, Mumkey, sometimes it's both. So
Okay.
So all right, you wanted to hear this story. I went to the Philippines once.
Yeah, that's right. You had gay sex in the Philippines. The people on my Spyro episode with me and Hypocrite, they voted in the straw poll that you had gay sex in the Philippines.
Totally accurate. So
yeah.
In 2011, I was writing about my little baby, air quotes, animes on the internet. And there's this other guy who was into real fucking anime. His name was Ghost Lightning. You know, he knew shit that I didn't know. He was like in his 30s. He had a kid. He's wise beyond his wise even beyond those years, which are already more years than I had. Right. So I'm talking to this Ghost Lightning guy, and he became like my sensei. Right. And he's teaching me all this shit. And I'm like, dude, what if I came to visit you in the Philippines? And he's like, cool fucking beans. So my dad,
have gay sex.
Yeah. So I was, at the time I was a hikikomori need. I wasn't doing anything with my life. I dropped out of college. Nothing was going on. My dad is hoping maybe if he goes to the Philippines and like sees the world, then he'll learn shit and get a job. That did not work. But but he sent me to the Philippines for a whole month. So I go there and live with my friend Ghost Lightning for a month. And the first night I show up in the Philippines, fucking total chaos at the airport, right? There's a million billion people all fucking swarming this place. Was
it 9/11?
Oh my God, it was 12 9/11s. It was 9/11-12. There was no 10. 10 was
times
fucking
12.
dead on this.
Here, I'll do the math. You keep talking.
So I show up, 9/11's going on. And fucking, I of course had written down fucking Ghost Lightning's phone number wrong, so I can't find him.
Okay, 9/11 times 12 is 10,932.
Oh my God, it was all of those numbers. So we're walking around. I'm walking around. I can't find him for like 45 minutes. He's fucking got a cab waiting on us, so we had to pay an outrageous fee because the cab had to sit around all night. I don't even know what he paid. He never told me exactly what he paid, but I'm sure it was ridiculous. I'm so sorry, Ghost Lightning. But so yeah, I finally get enough internet access to email him, and he finds me. We go to his house, right? I'm already like way out of my element. I've never seen anything like this. It's the most humid that it will ever be in my life, because the Philippines is always at 300% humidity and it's like 9,000 degrees. It's like living inside of an oven. And I went in June,
it's like 1944 all over again for those damn Jews.
Oh my God, it is the most Jewish place in the world. So we, in spite of everyone being Catholic, so we go to his house, and like the first thing we do, like we get up, we get situated in the room, the guest room that I'm going to be staying in, and we sit down, and the very first thing he does is hand me a glass of Red Horse anime.
Okay.
And
that makes sense.
So I've never had any anime before of this caliber, you know? So I'm sitting there because
this is a very stupid story.
Because 18 is the legal anime age in the Philippines. You don't have to be 21 to consume anime in the Philippines. So he hands me this glass of anime, and he's like, "Here, try some anime." And I'm like, "All right."
So some anime. I have some fucking Naruto for you, buddy. You're not gonna believe this shit. He's a ninja. He can make a million copies of himself.
We're talking way Naruto's like anime. This was like, boom, Attack on Titan, like real anime, like hitting me all on all sides.
We got to HK.
Yeah. Oh my God. We got to HK's at the bottom of the glass. I didn't get that far down. I only drank half.
Sex with 100 boys? That's highly problematic. The character's only 15.
That's how you know it's real anime, dude. No. If it's not problematic, it's not anime.
It might seem problematic because we're viewing this through an American. I forget my own words. Never mind. Go ahead.
So yeah, he gives me a glass of Red Horse anime. I drank maybe half of it. Immediately, my whole face is flushed. What you need to know about Red Horse is that even in comparison to other animes, it is a knockout blow. They call it Red Horse for a reason. It's got a horseshoe on it. That's because it kicks you in the fucking face like a fucking horse. All right. It's 8% anime by volume, which is a lot of anime to intake all at once. But
8%?
Something about the way they make it is like it's more than that. Like, you can have an 8% anime and be like, all right, this is like a fucking Evangelion level anime. It's whatever,
like a
but
Bud Light.
yeah, exactly. But then you drink
Evangelion is the Bud Light of anime, says Digibro.
but then you watch Red Horse, and it's like, oh my god, this is fucking Cardcaptor Sakura. This is like real shit, like you're getting hit in the face with all this fucking intensity. I don't know what it is about this anime that it hits you much harder than other anime. Even though like the alcohol by volume, the anime by volume doesn't seem that high, but it hits you harder than other stuff of a comparable level. So I drank like half of it. I got completely red-faced and passed out. The time I was there, he gave me a few more weaker animes, tried to like work my way up, and I was just kind of like, I don't know, I'm not that into it. I got really anime high one night. I was like way on anime one time, and we watched a lot of Lucky Star while being like, it was a big anime night.
Sure.
But
watch
then
some Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, well, we did literally watch Lucky Star, but and then when I came back to America, my dad had this mini fridge downstairs, right? That he decided he didn't want anymore. He was going to replace it,
and he just full of Evangelion. He
just gives me this mini fridge, literally full of Evangelion, which is not the best anime, but it's enough to get you in the anime headspace, So I bring this fucking mini fridge upstairs. It's got just like a ton of Evangelion in it, and I'm just like, well, I guess I'll consume all this like one at a time, like one episode at a time. I just very slowly, and I grew
one episode per day. You record your 10-minute review of each episode, upload it. Some douchebag goes in the comments and tells you how your opinion is wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about what was happening when you drank that anime. Was anything about it funny?
Yeah, it was. I had like one episode a day, and then eventually I got acclimated to the taste, and I went, yeah, I think I do like this like real anime stuff, and now I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, there you go. You're an anime holic.
Turns out Red Horse, which is a Filipino beer, is sold at Whole Foods, and that's why I was able to pick it up. Yeah,
it's not sold at Wawa.
Only at Whole Foods is the only place I've ever seen it in America, and that's why I'm able to watch it whenever I want.
Is that the end of your recommendation? Should I move on?
Yeah, Red Horse anime. That's a good one.
There you go. I would recommend the anime I'm drinking, but I can't remember what all's in it. It's like
you have a mixed anime. It's like the Animatrix, where it's like 9 different short animes, all by different directors. You know what I mean?
Well, it's 3. It's half lemonade, half UV blue raspberry vodka, and then there's this red stuff that you top it off with, but I can't think of what it's called right now.
Oh, are you drinking Tequila Sunrise or with vodka?
It's a ripoff. There's a bar I go to, and it's called the Captain America because the drink is literally red, white, and blue when you pour it. But I don't know what it would be called anywhere else. But the next anime I want to recommend is an anime book called Pretty Face, and it's a story of.
We talked about this one the other day, right?
Yeah, you and me did in the chat.
I gotta go pee again, but I'll let you describe this one.
I'll talk about it to the chat.
Yeah,
they're invested. So Pretty Face is the story of this high schooler he's a bully. He's like a short Taekwondo expert, and he bullies everybody in his school, and like all his friends are really scared of him. And one day he's on a bus to go to the next Taekwondo tournament, and the bus crashes and like falls off a fucking hill, and his face gets all burned up and destroyed. But there's this girl in his class who he had a crush on, and he had a picture of the girl who he had a crush on in his wallet. So they rescue him from the bus crash, and this plastic surgeon finds the picture of the girl in his wallet and makes the crazy assumption that he must be that girl, even though he has a penis. So he gives Rondo, I think is the name of the character, he gives Rondo the girl's face with plastic surgery. So now he looks identical.
I'm gonna piss every 45 minutes like clockwork. Grab my dick, I'm gonna jerk. Y'all can't tell me how to twerk, nigga, bitch.
So the doctor gives Rondo the exact same face as the girl he has a crush on. And as it turns out, and here's the pivotal scene in chapter 1 of the anime, is that the girl who has a crush on has a long-lost twin who ran away from home. So he runs into her, and she assumes that Rondo is her twin. So he starts living with the girl he has a crush on and her family, pretending to be the long-lost twin, all the while having these crazy sexual little happenings like, oh, I love this girl, and now she's wearing her booty shorts in front of me, and she thinks I'm her sister, and it's just a fun romp, and I would recommend Pretty Face, the anime book, 8.5 out of 10.
You told me about this like yesterday. You were asking me if I remembered it, and yeah, according to my anime list, I read the first volume of this like 10 fucking years ago. I have the most vague memory. Like, you described it to me and I was like, yeah, that sounds right. I don't know when or what it looked like, but apparently I read a whole volume of it. So I recommend it too, because why not?
It's only like 6 or 7 volumes, so it's not very long. You can probably read it in like a week.
I'm sure it was
very funny.
Like, at the time I read it, there probably was only so much fan translated. Either that or I got lazy and just didn't finish it. Like with Mysterious Girlfriend X, like I read the first few chapters of that back in like 2007, and it was just that was all there was translated at the time. But
yeah, so that's my recommendation. I guess it's your turn.
Someone says, did you recommend Good Shonen Mad City? Yeah, Good Shonen Mad City is one of my favorite animes. It's a film by Kendrick Lamar, in which he
Miyamoto.
Kendrick Lamar Miyamoto. Thank you for fucking reminding me. I can't believe I almost forgot to say his full proper name, because like I would actually have to commit seppuku if I forgot that like more than once.
Seppuku Miyamoto.
Yeah, seppuku Miyamoto is the Japanese daimyo, who the daimyo who was the daimyo. Some people will know what I mean, and he will order me to commit. He named after himself a method of suicide, which shockingly was absent from your top 10 suicide methods. I can't believe you didn't include seppuku Miyamoto.
Because my list straight up came from lostallhope.com. I literally just took the top 10 most lethal suicide methods and then wrote jokes about them.
I can't believe he didn't include cutting open your stomach, pulling out all your entrails, and then having someone else cut your head off. What could be more lethal than seppuku Miyamoto?
Evidently shooting yourself in the head with a shotgun.
I guess so. I can't imagine how that could be more lethal than being decapitated.
I guess just think about it for like 1 second, maybe, or I don't know.
How can it be more lethal than getting decapitated, Mumkey?
This is decapitation.
It's
decapitation
possible
by gun.
It is extremely unlikely, but it is possible to survive a shotgun blast to the head. It is not possible to survive decapitation.
Hey man, I didn't write the list. I just copied it and wrote jokes.
Granted, it's only, I guess you can't fully count it as suicide because someone else has to chop your head off, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you're wrong.
So I almost had to commit seppuku Miyamoto just now because I forgot to say the full name of Kendrick Lamar Miyamoto. Good Shonen Mad City, sorry, is a anime about a young black guy living on Rosecrans Avenue in Compton. And basically he's a good kid who doesn't want to get into any mischief, but everyone around him is gangbangers and they're up to no good. And he doesn't want any part of it, but, you know, because he hangs out with this crowd, he finds himself involved with these kind of scenarios. And there's this girl who he really likes. He's been fucking her for the whole summer. They've been having a great time, but she lives on the other side of the road. You know, she lives in the other gang's territory, and he's not really thinking too hard about it. He's just been fucking her, you know, because he enjoys it. Well, then one day, he gets the shit kicked out of him by the other gang because he's on their turf because he's trying to see his girlfriend. So they they beat the shit out of him, and his friends get offended by this, and they decide they're gonna go kill some of those motherfuckers. So they roll up on the curb and they fucking pop some shots at them, but then shots get fired back, and one of their guys gets killed. And Kendrick Lamar Miyamoto is like, holy shit, like all this fucking shit happening around me. I don't even want to be a part of this. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Like this is just it's a fucked up scenario. It's basically Boys in the Hood in anime form. You know, Boys in the Hood was like a semi-anime. This is like a real anime. So, you know, it's someone asked me, is it better than the sequel to Pimp a Waifu? To Pimp a Waifu is slightly better than Good Shonen Mad City. I would say. To Pimp a Waifu is a good Shonen Mad City has more of the like hyper memorable banger songs that you can just play in your car and they'll be fine. But fucking To Pimp a Waifu is like an artistic masterpiece. To Pimp a Waifu is one of the greatest animes of all time. And I would definitely highly recommend it. And yeah, you should all listen. Kendrick Lamar Miyamoto is definitely the voice of our generation, I would say.
Oh man, I had a new anime, but I can't remember what it was. Oh no, I got it. I got it. Are you done talking about Kendrick Lamar Miyamoto?
Yeah, for now.
All right, here's I want to recommend an anime that I've only seen two episodes of, but it's really good. It's really good from beginning to end. It's called Dinosaur King, and it's pretty much a straight ripoff of Pokemon, but with dinosaurs.
Is it anything like Monster Rancher?
Don't know.
You never saw Monster Rancher?
No, but what's interesting about Dinosaur King is not only is it a straight ripoff of Pokemon but with dinosaurs, but after the Pokemon anime changed the English voice actors around the middle of Gen 3, the original voice actors for Pokemon went to do the voices of the characters in Dinosaur King.
That's hilarious.
So the guy who plays Ash, or the chick who played Ash, probably Tara.
Oh my
Strong
god, this is a fucking straight. Like I'm looking at the pictures for Dinosaur King, and there's 3 kids, and each of them has what is clearly a starter Pokemon sitting at their feet. Like this could not be more blatantly, literally Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's great because they got all the English voice actors from Pokemon.
Wait. I'm real confused. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of CG images of dinosaurs, but there's one picture of 3 kids with 3 2D animated dinosaurs.
So I'm pretty sure that when the dinosaurs are fighting, they evolve into big dinosaurs, and that's when they become 3D.
And they become CG.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is like incredible. I've never heard of this, but this is an incredible discovery.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite anime of all time. I'd highly recommend it. If you enjoy the voice work of whoever voiced Ash Ketchum, you'll really like this because he also plays the Ash Ketchum in this show.
Do you think the Dinosaur King people just offered them more money and they all went? Like, why would they abandon Pokemon for this?
I think they were just out of a job because their contract expired and they offered it to the cheaper voice actors. So then all the Pokemon people were out of a job and just went over to this new shitty show.
So so they were so confident that Pokemon would be so successful that they didn't even have to like, oh, who cares if our product is actively worse? It's Pokemon. People will watch it anyways, is what they decided.
Well, it must have worked because Pokemon, I think the new voice actors have been doing it longer than the original ones ever did.
Probably. I mean, not that either generation was great, but but one was the voices of my childhood.
Yeah, one was the guy who voiced Brock was also the voice of Seto Kaiba. And also the voice of somebody else. I can't remember who.
Seto Kaiba.
Yeah.
Shut up, Mokuba.
Yeah. Fuck. Are you quoting Little Kuribo trying to do a Seto Kaiba impression?
Screw the rules. I have money.
Yeah. When I was fucking 10, that was the funniest line of all time.
God, is Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged old enough that you saw it when you were 10?
Maybe it's been going on at least 9 years because I've been rewatching some of it, and the uploads are from like 9 years ago.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's old as shit.
Stop being so much younger than me. It really fucks with my head.
How old are you? 21.
Oh no!
Oh, shut the fuck up!
The second you were legal to drink, you became a full-blown alcoholic. How did that happen?
A few weeks before, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was inspired by you. I learned it watching you.
I learned it from.
I was like, this is
I don't
what a
drink even as
professional
much as
anime
you do.
reviewer
You drink
talks
way
about.
more than me.
Yeah. And now I drink every single day. It's all
Sheepover
good.
says she thinks she drank more than both of us when she was at my house. I find that, I don't know, did she?
No,
Did she
no
drink
way.
that much?
No way.
She certainly didn't act as fucked up as we did.
Oh, I got some.
Not as much as you did, anyways. You were fucking utterly sloshed. How many Four Locos did you have that night?
Just one Four Loco, but then she mixed me a bunch of other drinks.
Oh yeah.
But somebody told me some important information. Robert Floyd says that we were talking about Parasite the Maxim.
Sheepover's only like 90 pounds. Like, how much could she possibly have drank? She would be dead if she drank more than I did.
But as it turns out, the English voice actor for Migi in Parasite the Maxim is the same woman who voices Yamada in Bigata H Kai.
Wait, who is the same voice?
Migi from Parasite the Maxim, the parasite that's on his arm.
Earlier, you said that was Tara Strong Miyamoto. Yeah.
I said that because like as a joke, but as it turns out, it's really Brittany Kurbowski who voices Yamada.
I see.
So there you go, and she's also very hot.
I don't watch America voiced anime.
Well, you can go fuck yourself. No. It's your turn to recommend an anime.
In Japanese, she's voiced by.
I don't care.
She's voiced by fuck, what's her fucking name? Oh my god.
It's not gonna mean anything to me.
Oh, what's her fucking name? The chat's gonna kill me if I don't remember this.
It's probably really Ching Cho.
Oh fuck. It's the same voice who plays fucking
it's Miyamoto. Miyamoto.
Oh yeah, Miyamoto.
You're thinking of Miyamoto.
I'm gonna forget about Miyamoto.
No, Yamada does not get fucked at the end of Bigata HK. They don't have sex at the end.
It was Miyamoto Miyazaki. That's who played her.
Yeah, that's it. Anyway, I recommended Dinosaur King. It's your turn.
Oh shit. Oh fuck! All right, I recommend the anime Steely Dan.
Okay.
Steely Dan.
Another musical anime.
You may know Steely Dan for having been referenced heavily in another anime called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure pays homage to lots of older 70s and 80s anime through naming its characters. All of its characters are named after 70s and 80s anime. And one of those is Steely Dan. I think Steely Dan is a character in part 3 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Anyways, the original Steely Dan is a show about this very smooth and relaxing but cool, like sunglasses wearing cool soundscapes. It's about these two guys who make all these songs with dark, sarcastic lyrics, and they live on a yacht. They perform what is called yacht rock, and there's a documentary about them called Yacht Rock, which is on YouTube. It was originally on Channel 101, the same channel that Rick and Morty originates from, as well as Cautionary Tales of Swords. So there's this documentary Yacht Rock that's about Steely Dan and a lot of their friends, other animes of the time, and all of them are trying to create the smoothest music in the world, but they keep getting hamstrung because the 70s are coming to an end and the 80s are starting. And the 80s are all about rock and roll, and they're not about smooth music. They're all about like heavy, they're cool music. And one of the animes that are friends with Steely Dan, Kenny Loggins, is like getting slowly swayed to the dark side of hard rock music. So Kenny Loggins is like struggling with whether he should remain smooth or go full rock. It's a great series. Everybody should go watch Yacht Rock, which is an anime documentary about Steely Dan. You should also watch Steely Dan. Steely Dan's great, but Yacht Rock is a great companion piece to Steely Dan. If you love Steely Dan and you love the other animes of the late 70s, early 80s that are similar to the other Yacht Rock style animes, Yacht Rock the documentary is a great story about all those. This has got to be incredibly confusing to anybody who doesn't get what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what's happening.
Well, go just type Yacht Rock into YouTube. You'll understand. It's a great anime. One of my favorites. It's got lots of here's a great example of a scene from Yacht Rock that you'll appreciate. So one of the animes in Yacht Rock, one of the animes of the 70s, that's just this basically there's a bunch of these animes that are personified in this show. It's kind of like Hetalia, where they personified countries. And this one, they personify animes within this anime. So there's like personifications of different shows. One of them is the anime Toto. And Toto is there, and they're about to they've just written this song about this famous actress who the lead singer of Toto is in love with. And he's like trying to court her, and she's like a hippie, and she's telling him like, we got to get our chakras aligned, and he doesn't understand, so he's
like
trying
Naruto.
to get laid. Yeah, exactly like Naruto. And so he's explaining to his friends, he figures out the code. He's like, all right guys, I did some research, and it turns out that the chakra is my taint,
like Naruto.
Exactly. So he figures out that by blitzing his chakras, he can get laid, and he creates the smoothest anime song in the world. It's the best OP of any anime ever created, and he makes a super smooth song, and the girl immediately falls in love with him, and they have sex, and he's just like, oh, that's a chakra. Oh, that's weird. And it's
like when Naruto and Hinata had sex.
Exactly. That actually happened. I don't know if you're aware. They had a kid, Boruto.
Yeah, I heard that movie was gay as shit.
There's a whole manga based on it. There's Boruto, and then there's Sasuke's daughter, who's really cute.
Sasuke should have died.
He should have died. Have you seen the famous panel of him just saying, I'm like Naruto's like, he did a lot of fucked up shit, and he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. And it's like, he's actually committed like a whole genocide by this point in Naruto, and he's just like, yeah, I'm sorry.
He was led down the wrong path, you know? Orochimaru tricked him with his great snake tongue up his asshole.
Yeah, I don't even know. How long was Orochimaru even in the show? Wasn't he like a minor villain comparatively?
Orochimaru was in the entire fucking show.
Is he? I did not know that.
Totally.
I thought he was just for that. I stopped, like, I was really into Naruto when I was 12 because all the characters were 12 and I related to them.
God damn it.
And
no wonder why you like NHK so much.
I was super into it, and I had read the first 12 volumes, and like I was actually much younger than the main character from NHK when I read it, but I did relate to it super hard, but at the time. But yeah, I was way into Naruto, and then like I just kind of stopped reading it because I stopped collecting the volumes, and I just don't know anything about what happens after that point, except for what I know from AMVs. Because there's 1,000 million Naruto AMVs, and it used to be back in 2006, in the early days of YouTube, that I would be looking for.
So numb, I can feel.
Well, I did like Linkin Park at the time, but more importantly to you, because I was really into prog at the time.
Ooh.
And I would be looking up, like trying to find songs by all my favorite prog bands, like Dream Theater or Ayreon.
Yeah.
And at the time, there was, like, you know how now if you type like the name of a song into YouTube, you'll immediately get like a video of just the album cover and the song. That was not a thing in 2006. The only way that you would find like just straight up song uploads was through AMVs. And every fucking band, no matter how obscure, had a fucking Naruto AMV. And almost all
for
of them,
Ayreon?
I'm sure Ayreon has a Naruto AMV. I'll look it up right now because most of them are still up somehow. I don't know.
If there's a Naruto AMV, I have to watch it.
Okay, let's
see. For
Ayreon. Naruto Ayreon. Yeah, we've got here's a video called "Fan: The Human Equation." There's a picture of Gaara as the thumbnail. So there you go. It looks like it's mostly the school song, which is not surprising.
I was gonna say, how in the fuck does the human equation have to do with Naruto?
You can imagine school being set to any anime, though, right?
I guess.
It's just about like beating up the kids who bullied you. So
Yeah, I guess. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, at the time,
somebody in the chat said, I remember an AMV of the Sasuke versus Naruto fight. That's every single Naruto AMV.
Yeah. All of them are just either the Sasuke versus Naruto fight, or it's a Kingdom Hearts AMV with just all the FMV sequences from Kingdom Hearts, of which there are like maybe 3 minutes, and so most of the AMVs would reuse the footage over and over again, trying to reach the fucking length of the song.
I bet Nate really likes those.
Of course. So any song I wanted to find, I would just watch all these fucking Naruto AMV. So like most of my knowledge of Naruto beyond the point I read is just from AMV. Just from like having seen so many fucking Naruto versus Sasuke AMVs that I know the whole fight like the back of my hand.
So in your mind, there's one point where Naruto told Kakashi, "Shut up when I'm talking to you. Shut up."
Well, I didn't have to, I was into Linkin Park way before YouTube, so that I already had the Linkin Park albums. I didn't have to watch AMVs for that. But like, as far as I know, Naruto goes up to, they're in the middle of the tournament arc. I never saw the Rock Lee versus Gaara fight, which is everyone's favorite part of Naruto. I stopped reading right before that. Like right before that happened is where I stopped. And then all I know is that fight happens, and then at some point Naruto fights Shikamaru for the championship. And then at some point Naruto and Sasuke fight. And then there's a huge time skip. And then a bunch of
like 3 years.
And then like a bunch of fight scenes happen across the show, and then it's over. That's all. And then Naruto fights Sasuke at the very end, and that's all.
So you went from Naruto fighting Shikamaru to Naruto fighting Sasuke.
Yeah, I don't know anything between those two.
There's like 100 episodes in between those two.
I don't know anything that happens in between those two things. Like, as far as I know, they fight. I know that the only other fight scene I know is Rock Lee fights a guy who has like all these spikes that come out of his body, because that was in an AMV for a Mindless Self-Indulgent song. And the whole AMV was just that fight scene. And that's the only other fight I know in between Naruto fighting Sasuke, which I assume is probably right at the end of the show, right before it becomes...
Oh, no. Naruto doesn't fight Shikamaru. He fights Neji.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah. Who's Shikamaru? Is he the
Shikamaru is actually my favorite Naruto character, no joke. He's like the smart, like the super smart one who doesn't really care about anything. And
is he the one who wears the hoodie with the wolf?
No, that's I think that's Akimaru, or maybe that's the name of his dog.
What is Shikamaru? What does he look like?
Yeah, look it up. But he fights the sand ninja who uses the weapons. I think her name's Tamari. He uses his shadow to take over people's bodies.
That's what I thought. Okay, I'm looking at
Neji's the guy who uses his gay 64 palms to like poke somebody, and then it hurts them.
I thought he did fight Shikamaru at the end of the tournament.
No.
Oh, well, I guess I don't know shit. I looked up Shikamaru, and all I got is him in like the Shippuden form. I don't recognize him at all. Then I saw like one image of original. I was like, oh, okay, I think that's the one. I thought he was Shadow Standing. I mean, he is Shadow Standing Boy, but I thought he fought Naruto.
No, I don't think so.
Well, let me look up Neji then. Neji's the one with no shit in his eyes. Yeah.
Neji is Hinata's
I thought these two were the same character. I literally thought these two were the exact same character.
They're very different.
You know, I haven't seen a lot of Naruto, clearly.
I watched it a lot when I was like 12. Along with One Piece, Zatch Bell, and Boba.
Zatch Bell! Courage and heart cannot be lost or torn
apart. Believe in me.
Together we will pull each other through.
I believe in you. You know who's got the power? The power.
Hey, let's dance all day. Boing, boing.
Invincible Fulgore.
You know that song's originally about tits bouncing, right?
Fulgore?
The hey, let's dance all day, boing, boing.
What the fuck is that?
Falgore sings that. He says, hey, let's dance all day, boing, boing.
Oh my God! You just give me like a nostalgia attack.
Yeah,
now I do remember.
But in the reason he's referring to boing boing and he like gestures towards his chest is because in the original Japanese he's singing about tit bouncing and how much he loves to watch bouncing titties, and that's why they're going boing boing.
Are we done talking about Naruto? Can I recommend a real anime now?
Yeah, go ahead. What did I recommend? Wasn't that your recommendation?
No, it's definitely yours. I don't remember what it was.
What the fuck was I recommending?
Somebody in the chat let us know. What was Dizzy recommending that led us to Naruto?
Well, someone just told me Rave Master had a real big fish opening.
Your stupid fucking band. Billy Dan.
Oh, yeah! No, I was mostly recommending Yacht Rock, which is actually an anime.
Shut the fuck up.
Go look it up! Yacht Rock is a real anime!
Everything we've talked about is a real anime. Okay, I'm going to talk about The next anime I want to talk about is it's another slice of life story. It's really just like a character study. Doesn't really have a plot. It's kind of like One Piece. There's like no plot. It's just kind of exploring this character and what the character is all about. So this anime is called Ron Jeremy. Ron Jeremy Hyatt, born to a middle-class Jewish family in Queens, New York, earned a degree in education and worked as a special education teacher before entering the adult entertainment industry in the late 70s.
Ron Jeremy, that show, like, you know how in Japan, then like shows often have really long titles and they shorten them down. Like they just take like 2 syllables and they make that the title.
Like
so
Pokemon.
Ron Jeremy, which as pronounced in Japanese is like Ron Jeremy.
Right.
Like in order to shorten down, they just call the show the Hedgehog. It's just the Hedgehog.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, because I'm saying all this off the top of my head.
Right.
He earned the nickname the Hedgehog from fellow porn stars due to his hairiness. Ron is listed in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Is this by chance a hentai anime?
I mean, you could say that. Personally,
he's recommending a hentai anime.
I don't like to distinguish certain animes as hentai. I think they're all equally artistically in merit. So I don't like to try to undercut it by saying it's a hentai, because that kind of like has a bad connotation.
Are you doing a best guy ever thing right now?
No, definitely not. I think.
Are you aware that that's his stance?
This is my stance as well. So he's just correct.
Yeah.
Ron is listed in the Guinness Book of World Records for most appearances in adult films, numbering over 2,000, and is ranked as the #1 male porn star by AVN, Adult Video News. Real organization.
Just like Movie News Weekly.
Yeah, that show that has more than one episode.
Yeah.
And it's also weekly. A couple of lowbrow claims to fame were his ability to perform self-fellatio.
Oh my God.
And his lack of need for any stimulants. Viagra is apparently very popular.
I didn't know Munchie was in chat, but he's shown up to assure us that it's not art. That hentai is not art.
No.
Well, someone had to draw it, Munchie.
Yeah.
It's not like fucking Ron Jeremy just spawned out of some bitch's puss.
No,
he
somebody
fucking
had to draw
be
him.
Drawn.
Yeah.
You know, like, can you not appreciate the character design of Ron the Hedgehog? That motherfucker is the best Sonic OC that's ever been created. So much he got his own spin-off anime.
The best guy ever, I'd say.
Yeah.
Ron Jeremy has been one of the more successful crossover stars, appearing in a number of mainstream films, including Boondock Saints, Boogie Nights, several.
Oh, he was in the Boondock Saints? I don't remember that.
I mean, it's just like an anime crossover episode. It's like when the Flintstones met the Jetsons. You remember that?
That was one of the greatest anime crossovers of all time.
Or like when Naruto met One Piece. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Not as good as Flintstones.
The ultimate battle of instead of ninjas versus pirates, it was cavemen versus future men. It's pretty good. And is the subject of a documentary called Porn Star: The Legend of Ron Jeremy. His likability and self-effacing nature have led to his many appearances.
They made an anime about the anime. That's way fucking meta, dude. That's some advanced.
It's like how like Naruto has had a whole bunch of movies, like it's like a movie based on.
So is it like a filler movie?
It wasn't written by the original anime book writer, but they made the movie to sell tickets.
Right.
His likability and self-effacing nature have led to his many appearances on TV shows as well, most notably VH1's The Surreal Life. He still appears in and directs hardcore films, despite his obvious weight gain.
Munchie, we got Jesus, Mumkey. We gotta talk about that. Did you watch The Surreal Life?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's before your time. You're a young babe. You're still having your diapers changed
just
by
a child.
Sheepover
changes my diaper. It's our fetish. Don't tell anybody.
You're a monkey boy, So
sure. Monkeys do wear diapers. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, The Surreal Life was you watch reality TV. I know this. You're a Big Brother fan.
That's not reality TV. That's just life.
Sure. So The Surreal Life, man, it's the same kind of thing. All right. Well, it was an old
surreal.
It's a VH1 show from the mid 2000s. The idea was that it was just like they get a bunch of celebrities and put them in a house, and they're all like B and C list celebrities, and like that's kind of the joke, is that like in the context of the show, they are considered like they're trying to see who's B list and who's C list, like who deserves to be there, right? So it's just a normal reality show. They're all in a house, they fucking live together, and then there'll be challenges and they vote people off. And Ron Jeremy is one of the last two.
Oh shit!
Now the funny thing about it is that, and I think this was season 1 of The Surreal Life, the weird thing is that the show was constantly trying to portray Ron Jeremy as though he was like they kept saying that he was like a sleazeball. They kept trying to say like, oh, he's Ron Jeremy's this sleazy guy, you know. And so like at the end, he doesn't win. It was like a girl who beat him because of course fucking women. And like she was portrayed as like this innocent goddess, and he was portrayed as like the sleazeball because he's a porn star, you know. So, or hentai fucking guy. So like they like he gives his final speech. He's like, I know I'm like a sleazy guy. That's why I can't be here. And he walks away. The thing is that if you watch the show, it was very clear that Ron Jeremy was the nicest guy in the fucking world. He was not sleazy at all. He was a super cool guy. He wasn't arrogant at all like everyone else on the show. He was just like a totally normal dude who was like totally self-effacing and really kind, and just like even as hard as they might have tried to make him look sleazy, they couldn't, because he's not a sleazy guy. No. And like they obviously scripted him to say, like they wanted him to lose to fit the narrative of the show. Like they had pre-planned that he was going to lose because he's too sleazy. And like his speech at the end is obviously crafted by the executives, even though he's such a fucking nice guy that, and mind you, I've watched like maybe 3 episodes of The Surreal Life, but in all the ones I watched, I was like, Ron Jeremy's clearly the coolest guy here. He's the only one.
You're really good at reviewing shows that you've seen like 2 episodes.
Yeah, he's the only one who's like taking the piss out of himself. He does not taking himself that seriously. He looks like he's having a good time. He's like just happy to be relevant and on television, as opposed to fucking on hentai boards on the internet, Yep. So yeah, he seemed like a totally nice guy and like super cool and really fun to hang out with. And just because he's a porn star, because he did a few hentais where he had a few tentacles come out of his fucking dick and gave some girls, then
that was great.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly like, it's a fucking anime, like it's not meant to be taken that seriously, and they're all portraying him like, oh, he's such a sleazeball because he showed up in a few hentais. Like, no one believes it. No one could buy it.
You gotta get paid somehow.
He was clearly the best guy on the show, and he fucking walked.
This is bullshit. But yeah, that's why I recommend that anime. It's just such a tragic hero story.
Yeah. I gotta pee again.
Okay.
I can't stop.
Go ahead. I'll entertain. I'll just read the chat.
Yeah, you do that.
Ravenous Hermit says everything is anime if you think about it. You're welcome to the fucking conceit of the whole channel. Pork Chop Sandwich says holds the world record. Kenpachi Zaraki says Ron Jeremy sort of looks like Digibro. Huh? Can't disagree with that. Mega Gupta says, what was it called? It's called Ron Jeremy. Go look it up. Sai says, fuck you, Mumkey. Hey, everybody, go to the YouTube channel Sai Live. There's this new Pokemon Moemon series on Sai Live. Go ahead and give that a big dislike and leave a mean comment. And don't click on the advertisement before the video. Don't actually watch the video. Just give them a big dislike. Keep in mind, it's Sai Live. Open a new tab while Digi's peeing. Open a new tab. Go to youtube.com. Type in Sai, SYY, space, live, LIVE. Go to the page. Click on his most recent episode of Moemon, episode 2. Give it a big dislike. Give it a big old dislike. All 176 of you, go do that. And don't listen to Sai. He thinks that he came up with the idea, even though I started uploading it like a month before he did. So I don't know what he's talking about. Digi, are you back? Sounds like he's back.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, Digi, if you don't mind, I do have another anime, unless you have one you really want to talk about.
Mumkey, have you been keeping up with your fucking alcohol, man? Because I'm drunker than your fucking mom right now. I am fucking sloshed.
I haven't gotten a new drink since we started because it would take me like 3 minutes to go make it.
Why don't you get another drink, you fucking nigger, and I'll recommend another anime while you're gone.
Hey, if you fucking say so, dude. I don't know how much longer you want to go, but I'll go make a new drink.
I can go for literal forever.
Okay, you start talking. I'll go make a drink. Remind everybody in the chat to go dislike all of Sai's videos.
All right.
That's what I was telling them to do.
Go get a new drink.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. I'm going to recommend a very special anime that I gleaned from a poster on my way out of the bathroom. I forgot I had an actual anime poster in my room. I wasn't sure. Oh my God, Jesse, what? What the fuck?
What?
And Jen, where the hell did you come from? How did this happen?
I don't know. I found it.
You joined literally the same instant that Mumkey went to the bathroom.
I found the computer.
Endless Jess, do you have an anime to recommend to the chat? We're doing anime recommendations. We've been going for 3 hours.
Street Fighter 2. The movie.
Okay, what do you want to tell us about it? You want to sell it to the audience?
Street Fighter 2, the movie, is the ninja scroll of anime.
Oh my God. Yeah. Is that all you have to say?
I guess. That's all I had to say in life.
Where the fuck did Monkey go? Oh Christ.
Oh God, no! My show's been taken over by the guy who rips off all my videos.
He showed up the exact instant you got up to get a drink.
Shit.
he recommended Street Fighter 2 as the ninja scroll of animes.
That's pretty good.
Oh my God. I wasn't prepared. I guess it's my turn again, right?
Yeah. Hey, Jess, how's it going?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to recommend an anime based on a poster in my room because I thought I mentioned this earlier because I was trying to find a fucking anime to recommend, and there's no anime posters in my room. It's all fucking like other bullshit. There's nothing to do with anime.
You got like Metroid and shit.
Yeah, all this bullshit. So I was on my way out of the bathroom and I saw an anime poster for a real anime, and I thought, oh my God, I have to recommend this. It's a show called Kodomo no Jikan, or A Child's Time.
So time out. So I told everybody to go to Sai's most recent Pokemon Nuzlocke episode and dislike it. And he just sent me a chat saying no, and he linked me to it, and it has 18 dislikes.
Impressive. So
yeah, fuck. Sorry, go ahead.
So Kodomo no Jikan is a show about these 3 third graders, these 3 8-year-old girls. One of them is in love.
Like this.
Oh, he will fucking adore this. So one of the girls is in love with her teacher, the teacher of the class. He's just kind of a hapless whatever Japanese guy, you know. And the one little girl named Rin, she's in love with him, and she's very sexually aggressive towards him. She really wants to fuck this teacher. And so she's trying to get into his pants, and he's just thrown into all these awkward scenarios of this 8-year-old trying to fuck him. And like as the series goes along, you realize that the reason that she's so sexually transgressive is that she has, like, you know, sort of abuse problems in her life, and it gets a lot deeper. You know, it starts off as just like a really retarded sex comedy about an 8-year-old, and then it grows into a really mature and well thought out sex comedy about an 8-year-old.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, and she's got one of her friends who's like developed a little early. She's already got tits. She has to learn how to like put in a tampon and shit. There's the other friend.
You like it.
The other friend is in love with her, with Rin. The other friend's gay, and she likes her. So basically, there's an element of sin in this show. If you don't want to watch, if you don't want to like,
based on the description thus far.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a high enough Christ consciousness that you can watch a sinful show and, like, you know, process, like if you have a priestly nature, like you can, you know, hold a crucifix up to the show and purify it as you watch it, you can watch this. If you're worried about your Christ consciousness is not high enough to, watch a sinful show like this, I wouldn't recommend it because there is gay, and gay is absolutely a blight against God.
It's not okay.
Yeah.
Gay is not okay. That's why it rhymes.
You'll go to hell if you watch this show without a high enough Christ consciousness. So there is a gay, but luckily it's offset by the 8-year-old who wants to fuck her teacher.
Yep.
It's a surprisingly mature and interesting tale, in spite of its its seeming premise of just being like a raunchy sex comedy about an 8-year-old. One of the best ending themes in anime history, incidentally.
Even better than NHK?
On par. NHK has a great ending theme.
Wow, you know a lot more of that than I do.
I know who makes it. It's by the band Kiniku Shoujotai, or Muscular Women's Club.
And Jess, what do you think of this having sex with 8-year-old girls anime?
Jess is already dead.
He's already AFK.
Yeah. All right, Mumkey, I think it's your turn to recommend an anime again.
Yeah, so thus far we've talked about a lot of kind of, I would define them as realistic fiction animes, stuff like Naruto.
Yeah. We never recommended Naruto. We just talked about it a lot.
Stuff like Shaolin Showdown, like a lot of realistic stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm going to dive deep into a high concept fiction anime, like something that takes place in a fantasy world that can't possibly exist. The next anime I would like to recommend is Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is an international activist movement originating in the African American community that campaigns against violence. It's already hilarious.
Mumkey, I can't help but notice that you've really been letting your friend thinly veiled Wikipedia article do a lot of guest work on this particular show.
And perceived, oh wow, this Wikipedia article is kind of slightly burning them because it says it campaigns against perceived systemic racism towards Black people. I like that they have the word perceived in there as if it might not actually be accurate. BLM regularly holds protests against police killings of Black people and broader issues of racial profiling, police brutality, and racial inequality in the United States criminal justice system. So yeah,
you know, Mumkey, I'm actually interested in this one particularly because of your audience, because I'm really curious how many of your audience members are actually unironic fans of Black Lives Matter.
I think that NKCR guy might be, but I don't know about anybody
I think
else.
some of them might not realize that, might not be in on the joke, that it's a meme. Some of them might be unironically fans of this anime without realizing that, everyone who says they're a fan is mostly just, in it for the memes,
Sure, I don't know. I mean, I'm a genuine fan. I think it's a funny anime.
Yeah.
Even the title's hilarious. Black Lives Matter? What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess it's one of those things. It's like in that intermediate zone where it's it's hard to, you could say it's awesomely bad, but at the same time, it actually is sincerely enjoyable if you just let it into your heart, Yeah,
it's like Girls Bravo. The premise is just absolutely ridiculous, but if you actually watch a few episodes, you'll be laughing pretty hard.
You have the most random fucking anime knowledge, all of which pertains to the mid-2000s.
Jess, are you back yet to recommend an anime?
Yeah, boy. What is this stream even about?
We're recommending animes. We've been going for 3 hours, drinking constantly and recommending animes.
I already talked about the only anime that I know of.
You can recommend any anime in the world.
Yeah.
We've recommended Black Lives Matter, Steely Dan,
House of Leaves.
You can recommend any anime you like.
Endless Infinite Jest.
Yeah.
Skip me this time because I'm not done thinking yet.
Okay, Digi, it's your turn.
Shit. I didn't have anything planned either. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna recommend an anime book this time.
Okay.
I'm recommending an anime book called My Balls.
Okay.
It's an anime book about a guy who has Satan inside of his balls.
Okay.
And if he ejaculates, it will cause the apocalypse.
Is this real?
This is completely real.
I want to read this.
It's actually called My Balls. So basically, a succubus or like a demon lady like shows up at his house, and she's trying to get him to come so that she can cause the apocalypse. Meanwhile, an angel girl is trying to make sure he doesn't come.
Oh no.
But you know, she's also super hot, so she's not doing a very good job. So it's about this conflict between heaven and hell, trying to make this guy come to unleash Satan from his balls and destroy the world.
This is unironically the greatest idea I've ever heard of.
It's completely real. It's a real anime book.
I don't know how I didn't come up with this when I was 13.
It's great. I've heard it's actually amazing. I haven't actually read it myself. I only know the premise.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I know about My Balls.
Okay.
It's not whoever the guy was asking, is it a doujin or a hentai? It's not a hentai or doujin. It's just a normal fan service manga. It ran for a long time. It's like a full-blown series. Just type My Balls into Google, which I'm doing right now to make sure that that was not. It's on the first page, I think. No, yeah, it's on the first page. Oddly, a TV Tropes link, but it is there. You can find the anime book. It's a sexy time. Yeah.
Speaking of educational animes, there's this anime I used to watch as a kid. You know,
speaking of educational animes,
when you're in school, the best day of school is when they pull out the fucking TV and it's on the little cart with the wheels on.
It's gonna be all right. Hold on. Is it Bill Nye or is it Magic School Bus?
God fucking damn you!
Which one?
I was gonna say, you know, they typically show you something like, you know, your Bill Nye's or you know, your educational animes, but the one I want to recommend is a little known anime I like to call Magic School Bus.
Yeah. Classic.
So there's this anime works on two levels. It's twofold, as Digibro would say, because you have the surface level where it's just like this magical school bus.
Is that something I say? Twofold? Is that like something I'm known for saying?
When you were describing the Ray scene in Evangelion, you said it was like threefold or some shit.
That comment really stuck with you, didn't it?
Well, it became a meme, whether you know it or not, and people send me variations of that text all the time.
That's fucking hilarious.
But so on the surface level, it just seems like, you know, a magic school bus that takes these school kids on a journey to learn like about the inside of human body or space or some shit.
That's the only episode I remember. It's the inside of the human body one.
But the underlying narrative of the show.
They go to the butthole.
Yes, they go to the butthole. Speaking of buttholes,
butthole? Carlos's butthole or Miss Frizzle's butthole?
Hey, you keep ruining my jokes.
I want to go.
I was gonna say the underlying narrative of the show is that one of the students is an evil wizard named Carlos who harasses his classmates with hilarious puns, and every time he makes a pun, all the kids say, Carlos. And they're under the spell of Carlos, and they have to keep saying his name when he makes a pun.
Every time he says a pun, it ruptures their organs and drains their spirits, and they collapse dead. And then a fucking Growlithe shows up.
So that's why I recommend Magic School Bus. Your turn, Jess.
I don't even remember this Carlos character. I only remember Miss Frizzle.
There's a meme of it on TV where, like, if a celebrity dies, somebody will make a pun about like their name relating to their tragic death, and then somebody will post a spoiler image of Carlos. You click on the spoiler, and it's just Carlos from Magic School Bus. Jess, it's your turn.
Okay. I recommend Hell Comes to Frogtown. It's a movie.
Never heard of this anime.
It's a movie from the 80s. I'm looking at a big poster of it that I got and I finally put up. It's a movie from the 80s where Roddy Piper plays a guy called Sam Hell.
Yo.
It's the future. It's an irradiated wasteland, and nobody is fertile anymore. He's the only man left who still has viable sperm. So the government,
yeah.
and they give him like this high tech like metal underpants that'll blow up if he takes it off and blow up his dick. And
why? Why would they put at risk the only viable sperm in the world?
do what they say. So they send him out. They send him out into the wasteland to have sex with as many women as possible and bring the human race back from extinction. But along the way, he also has to go through Frog Town, which is where the mutant frog people live, who are basically Battletoads. And
What the fuck?
so it's just Roddy Piper fighting Battletoads and fucking as many women as possible.
What the fuck is this anime? This sounds incredible.
Yeah.
What'd you say it was called?
Hell Comes to Frogtown. And as the title is a pun because his name is Sam Hell.
What the? What?
I'm looking at the poster right now.
What is this? What is this anime? Like,
Is this available on Crunchyroll?
The tagline for the movie is trapped in a nuclear wasteland, surrounded by mutants. Sam Hell has a mission to fertilize as many women as possible. It's a tough job, but somebody's gotta do it.
Is the tagline supposed to be a full paragraph?
It is, and fucking Hell Comes to Frogtown.
you know, my next anime recommendation is because Jess mentioned posters in his room, and so instead of thinking about the posters in my room, none of which are anime related at all, I thought about the posters in Jess's room, many of which are anime related.
Have you ever been to Jess's room before?
I've seen many a photo in his many videos.
But you haven't been there, so how can you say you
Picture of my room.
I've seen so many images of Jesse's room that I feel like it's my room. It's my real room. It's more of a home to me than where I actually live.
I like to think that, like, because all of my posters are always different, nobody can tell which corner of the room I'm in. So the people watching, it just seems like the room itself is infinite and goes on forever.
You know how your room has the door that separates the two different areas?
Yeah.
This anime has a poster on the inside of that door. Can you tell what anime I'm talking about?
Mario Kart?
At least it was there before the flood, or during the flood.
Mario Kart?
Noah's Ark?
It's Good Burger! I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Yeah, I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Yeah, I'm a dude. This is an anime. Once
Is a
again,
sequel to the Keenan and Kel anime.
yes, like so many of the anime I've been recommending tonight, it is a black anime. About this like stoned black guy
In the same vein as Boondocks.
yeah, who works at a place called Good Burger, home of the Good Burger, and he sings about how everyone's a dude. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman.
No.
You're always a dude, which is such a fucking important message in today's society,
Right.
where everyone's making all these fucking weird distinctions. Everyone's like, I'm a fucking transgenders can't use the bathroom, and all this bullshit. No, look, everybody, we're all the same. We're all a dude.
We should all use the men's bathroom.
Everyone's a fucking dude. Everyone's a dude. Just like Andrew WK said, we're all women and men. I'm a boy. She's a girl. And then, like, it's the same
When it's
song.
time to party, we will party hard.
Exactly. So we're all women and we're all a dude. And look, every voice of my generation has cried the same message. I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, listen to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Take your order. And
take your order.
I don't remember. I feel like I had other things to say about Good Burger, but I think I've made my point.
It's legitimately a really good movie. Like, it holds up.
Yeah, I think it's from like 98 or 99. It's a 90s film.
What year did the PlayStation 3 come out?
Like
2006.
So I remember when I was like 11 or 12, I stayed the night over at my friend Hunter's house.
God,
And
what? 4?
Yes.
I was already 39 when the PS3 came out.
So
I was already dead and gay when the PS3 came out.
So it was like 2 in the morning, and I was at my friend Hunter's house, and he fell asleep, but I wasn't ready to sleep yet. And I was on his PlayStation 3, and I found the option to rent the movie Good Burger for $2.99. So I went ahead and rented it for him with his account, and I watched Good Burger, and he paid for it.
Excellent job.
And
We're
that's
getting a bunch of people in the chat are telling us how the nostalgia critic hates that movie, as if we would be swayed by the opinions of the fucking nostalgia critic.
In addition to having the worst opinions imaginable about everything else, also hates Good Burger.
Yeah, fuck
apparently
the nostalgia cook.
God.
Yeah.
Speaking of tragic anime with sad endings, I want to recommend probably the saddest anime in anime history.
Hold on. I just had to bring up this guy's. He said, "Nostalgia cocksucker can go do that. Who cares? He's bald."
That was Gypsy's girlfriend.
Is that who Cider Sad who is?
Yeah, it's Boozy Floozy. She's
Why
really
is her name so weird? I can't even read it.
I don't know.
She makes cider, and she's sad, and she's who. Anyway,
She's been on absinthe. She's been drinking. She's really drunk.
Is she as drunk as me? Or I was gonna say or Mumkey, but I think Mumkey's come down because he hasn't had.
No, this new drink I made extra strong for you.
Oh, thank God. I'm fucking obliterated. I've drank 3 Red Horse and I'm drinking Red Stripe now. Red Horse is like the strongest beer in the universe, and I've had 3 in the span of this fucking podcast.
So I'm gonna recommend the saddest anime in the history of Japanese animation.
Okay.
No, it's not 5 centimeters per second.
It's not Grave of the Fireflies.
It's not Manchester by the Sea.
It's not Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
No, the saddest anime in the history of Japanese animation is, of course, Hiroshima.
Oh,
Hiroshima.
it actually is Grave of the Fireflies. I stand corrected.
Hiroshima is perhaps best known as the first city in history to be targeted by a nuclear weapon when the United States Army Air Forces, USAAF, dropped an atomic bomb on the city and later on Nagasaki at 8:15 a.m. on August 6th, 1945, near the end of World War II. Now, I wonder why this in particular was near the end of World War II. I wonder what the correlation could be. So yeah, it's a pretty sad anime. Lots of innocent people died for no fucking reason.
The weirdest thing about this anime is that there's a lot of anime about this anime. There's the famous Grave of the Fireflies anime, which many
like
people...
how One Piece is based off of Naruto. Like they just art
like,
inspires art.
A lot of people, the One Piece started first. A lot of people consider Grave of the Fireflies to be one of the saddest anime ever, but why not just refer to the actual original anime that it's based on?
Hiroshima
itself. Like it pisses me off so much when people talk about reboots, like they're fucking. When people are like, "Oh my god, Final Fantasy VII, the new one's gonna be even better than the original." It's like, motherfucker, the original was a landmark event in Japanese history, and the same can be said of Hiroshima. All right. Hiroshima changed the face of the fucking country. You're not going to tell me Grave of the Fireflies, some movie from the 80s, was more important than fucking Hiroshima.
No.
Not at all. Definitely not sadder.
Hiroshima actually inspired the writers on the World War II anime to come to a close. They signed a treaty and everything.
I can't even, it was so fucking, Hitler... got canceled because of Hiroshima.
No, I think Hitler was already gone by that time.
Well, one of them caused the other. I know
Pretty
that.
sure Hitler was already gone. That show already got canceled.
If only Hitler had been around, there would have been no Hiroshima.
No.
Yeah.
She should have. If Hillary was around, she could have said, "Pokemon, go to the polls," and nobody would have even been at Hiroshima that day.
Yeah,
They would have all been at the polls. It would have been spared.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Okay, Jess, I'm done. It's your turn.
I'm gonna recommend an anime called Why
The
is Pizza So Bad?
Okay.
Oh.
Got a bunch of pizza in front of me. I'm gonna bite into it, and we'll see if it's bad.
Oh my god! Are we gonna get a live reaction, an anime live stream right here?
This is Hungry Howie's Pizza, which is already my second.
Hungry Howie's Pizza.
Is that like? Is that a cheaper version of Little Caesars?
It's better than Little Caesars, but it's my it's my second least favorite chain, and also I was bought earlier today. I heated it up in the oven. It's probably going to be terrible.
In the oven? That's impressive. You had the patience for that.
Well, if you put it in the microwave, it's going to taste like hot glue.
Right. I agree. I just eat pizza cold, like one of the freaks you mentioned in the Fuck Pizza video.
I don't like that. I'm not. Here I go. Oh! No!
That fucking crunch! It sounded like you bit a fucking Pringle! That's not a sound a pizza is supposed to make!
Oh god, it's like warm cherry blood on top of a toenail.
Oh! No! Pizza's not supposed to sound like that when you bite into it.
Pizza's not for breakfast.
No. No. No.
So would you recommend that?
I like how
that
like half the chat is people questioning what Hungry Howie's is, because apparently that blows people's minds. That there's
a different chain in a different state.
And
the
the other half of the people in the chat are like are wagging their finger and saying, "Eat good pizza, Jess," as if I'm the one who bought this fucking pizza.
Like it's your fault for not living in New York, where they're saying the only good pizza.
Oh, fuck that. New York pizza blows ass. I'm so sick of the New York pizza elitism. New York and Chicago both have the shittiest fucking pizza in the world.
I gotta say, I haven't had Chicago pizza in Chicago, but all the Chicago style, like the Chicago deep dish I've had is shit. I don't understand how anyone likes that.
Every city that considers themselves a pizza city invariably has ass pizza.
Yeah.
Like if you fucking watch like the OP to Louis, like fucking he goes to that store and he gets Louis. All the pizza that's their idea of what pizza is, like this disgusting greasy, like you have to fold it like a fucking taco to eat it. That's heinous.
I mean, I like New York style pizza where it's like really long, but I really hate pizza when the cheese just becomes like super fucking like, okay, I don't understand how people find it appetizing to bite into a slice of pizza and when you pull it away from your mouth, the whole fucking cheese face just slides off in this giant string, and then you have to keep pulling it away. You're like trying to break the fucking strings of cheese because you need to eat the fucking pizza, and you're pulling it as far away as you can. You reach your fucking full arm span, and there's still cheese, and then it breaks and it flies up in your face and slaps you with the fucking eyeball. You got cheese grease in your eye, and you fucking start bleeding out of your eyes like you're in a fucking Shinbo anime, and then you have to slurp the cheese into your mouth like fucking ramen noodles. You have to slurp this cheese, which has now contacted the air and become cold, so now it tastes all like gross and stringy and cold. You're slurping up these strands of cheese. It's fucking disgusting. Pizza cheese should fucking, when you bite into it, it should be a bite. There should be no leftover, no extra work. You should just bite it, and it should be in your mouth.
I agree with both of you. I think Cece's Pizza is the best pizza on the market. They have mac and cheese pizza. Are you kidding me? I'm fucking 8 years old. Mac and cheese is my favorite food. You put that on a fucking pizza, I'll eat the shit out of that shit.
I don't hate Cece's as much as some other pizza places I've been to.
How often do you go to Cece's, Digi?
Once every 3 years, maybe.
When I come to visit in 15 days, can we go to Cece's Pizza?
We could absolutely go to Cece's, and they'll do the thing they do. Hi, welcome to Cece's.
Can we bring our cameras and do a Digibro After Dark live broadcast?
You want to have a contest so you can eat more pizza?
I know you'll win, but I'll still do it.
I have a very small stomach, dude. I'm not a big eater.
Maybe I'll stand a chance.
You guys are having a RadCon in 15 days?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
going to his house
Mumkey-
on the 17th.
Monkey's moving down to North Carolina in a couple weeks, and so he's gonna come up to my house to say hi, I guess.
Somebody said it's going to be Pizzagate.
That is why you're coming, right? You're moving down to North Carolina.
I'm moving on April 1st, but I'm going to come
okay.
visit on March 15th, so I'm going to come visit you that weekend.
Alrighty. Cool. I just assumed you were moving then.
Who's reviewing? Is Jess still reviewing pizza?
No, I'm done reviewing pizza. This was really bad. I fucking heated up 5 slices, and I'm not going to eat any of them.
You heated up 5 slices to eat it once?
Well, yeah. I'm not going to heat up 1 slice, and then if I want another, cook it in the oven again. That would be like an all-night process.
I don't know who eats 5 slices of pizza in one sitting, but I don't know.
Good boys and big boys.
Digi, I think it's your turn.
It's a shame you don't live with Ben, because the biggest benefit of living with Ben is I never have to feel any guilt about not finishing food, because Ben will eat literally anything you give him. If it's free food, I mean, sometimes I give him stuff and I'm like, hey, Ben, I think this is disgusting. Do you want it? And he's like, yeah. And then he'll eat it and I'll be like, how was it? And he's like, it was disgusting, but you know, it's food. I didn't have to pay for food today, so I got to eat that.
I keep having nightmares of your brother, Vincent is what I call him. We went to Texas Roadhouse and he got the deep fried pickles as an appetizer. And then when we got home, he microwaved them, and it was the worst thing I've ever eaten in my life. And he was eating them while we played Pokemon.
Yeah, there's a certain level of poor that when you reach it, it just changes the way you think about food. Like taste becomes like you gain like an extra endorphin in your brain that allows you to enjoy things because they are sustenance as opposed to because they taste good. Like you can actively enjoy the fact that it doesn't cost you money. Like that makes it taste good. And Ben and Victor have that. Ben to a bigger extent than Victor. Ben will eat fucking anything. He's
somebody in the chat named Anime Flies said you should do a video of Ben just eating disgusting shit. And that inspired me. I think Ben should start a new series where it's like a cooking show.
Ben had a deep frying with Ben show. So we had this plan. In fact, here's my anime recommendation. This is actually, I'm not even going to recommend an anime. I'm going to tell you guys a fact about a canceled anime.
Okay.
This was almost an anime, but unfortunately the production staff gave up on it halfway through and they couldn't finish it.
Oh no. This sounds like a bunch of fat losers.
Oh my god, they're fatter than fucking the devil. They're fatter than the devil, fat and dangerous, gayer than God, and deader than Christ.
Gayer than God.
Yeah, so these fat asses decided they were going to make a cooking show because, of course, about deep frying, because what else would fat asses do? So Ben Saint, the fattest man alive, decided that because he loves deep frying everything, he wanted to make a show called Deep Frying with Ben.
I would have watched that.
I legitimately have no fucking idea what he thought the show was going to be. Because the idea, okay, he came up with it with my brother Shade. They had the idea together. And so Shade was thinking, I will film Ben doing deep frying with Ben. Now, we finally comes time to film it, and Ben has the most like stage fright and like fear of camera presence out of anyone ever. He just won't do it. He's like totally
It does not
afraid.
sound like my friend Ben.
He's fucking terrified of being on camera because he's
Ben Saint?
Yeah.
He's
because
in camera all the time.
Ben is, well, he's not really. He's on microphone all the time, but Ben is really obsessed with his self-image, and he's
a handsome boy.
He refuses to. He doesn't think so. He's very hard on himself for his appearance. When we took,
I look 10 times worse than Ben.
Mumkey, you remember that normie test that you took? That we all took?
I was like a cyborg or something.
Yeah, Ben. The first question on that test was, "Do you have an attractive face?" I answered yes. Davu answered yes.
Why did you answer yes?
I have an attractive face. Davu answered yes. Ben answered no. And I think Ben has an attractive face.
Yeah, Ben's just like, I think Ben's like the most average man who ever lived, and I say that as a compliment.
Yeah, Ben's not bad looking at all.
He's the epitome of average man.
He's totally fine. But he's really hard on himself. So he always thinks he looks bad on camera. So we're filming deep frying with Ben, and he's just like totally like melting down. He's sweating profusely. And so
he's like Maddox during a podcast.
Because apparently he didn't envision it as a cooking show. What he envisioned it as was just there would be like a camera in the room just filming whatever was happening while he deep fries stuff. Like, I legitimately cannot picture what he thought this was going to be because it's so incomprehensible as a show. Like, because he came up with this idea with Shade. Like, he never had the idea that we would all be hanging out in the kitchen. Like, I wasn't even going to be a part of this. But for some reason, his vision of the show was there would just be camera, I guess, in the atmosphere, and he'd be hanging out and chatting with people while deep frying or something. I really don't know. So we're trying to film it like a cooking show, and he's just like melting down. So finally, I jump in, and I'm like,
does Ben want you to tell this story?
I don't care if he wants me to.
Ben's not going to watch this. He doesn't watch any of my videos.
No. So he doesn't. He might watch this, but he won't care. So I jump in because I see Ben melting down, and I was like watching from the sidelines, and I was like, all right, I'll jump in. So I decide to like host the thing. So Shade's filming me, and I'm like, hey, welcome to Cooking with Deep Frying with Ben. Here's Ben, and Ben, it's like,
pretty sad when your anime series, the most charismatic character is Digibro.
Yeah. So Ben just like, he won't look at the camera. He won't address it. He won't talk about what he's doing. He's just like so like racked with anxiety. Like he cannot handle this situation. He's like melting down, sweating profusely. And I'm just like, oh my God. So the idea of this episode was that we had these Oreos that he was trying to make deep fried Oreos, which is a thing. But these were
to like cover them in batter.
Yeah, that's what we did. But these were Swedish fish Oreos.
Okay.
The inside flavor was Swedish fish.
That doesn't sound good.
No, they're not good, but they're the weirdest Oreos in the world. So he got them because they were weird, and he cooked them in this batter. Like he had put red food coloring in the batter to like make it red, so they would come out as like these red, I don't know what those are called, those like puffins or whatever. Anyways, he deep fries them. They were the batter was fine. The Oreos were, I thought they were gross, but we all ate them. Like, so we have this like 18-minute video, but it's all just us like floundering because Ben won't say anything, and I'm like really trying to keep the energy up because I know how to be on camera. I'm good at that. You know, I'm a vlogger. I know how to do this. Ben is melting down. So
that's weird. In his Kickstarter video for his new computer, Ben seemed pretty on top of it, right?
How many takes did that around his room, or the one where he's in my house?
When he's like sitting inside in your house in like the castle area.
Because I filmed that one, and I instructed him what to say. So
did it take like 18 tries or what?
No, it was one take, but I think it's because I reassured him so much. Yeah. Like I was kind of guiding him through it that he was able. I don't know. He was fine in that, but I think he also looked good. The lighting was really good.
He always looks good. He's a handsome boy.
I think so too. But he was like so fucking worried about it in this deep frying. And it's just because the image he had in his head, again, was that it would just be a camera in the atmosphere. Just
that doesn't make any sense.
Like him just having conversations with people. I really don't know. Like whatever he's trying to describe that he thought it would be is not a kind of video. Like it's not a video that is possible to make that he thought was going to happen. So we gave him the footage, and he just like, he has it, but he won't edit it. He just thinks it's too bad, which I mean, it's terrible. So finally,
can you send it to me so I can put it up on this channel?
You'd have to talk to him, but he recontextualized it, and now he does it occasionally. He's only done it like twice, but he does it as a Snapchat show now, which is actually much better. It's a much better idea as a Snapchat show.
I should check out his Snapchat.
I mean, he's only done it twice, so like you'd have to just happen to be on Snapchat the 2 days that he did it.
Well, that never happens.
Yeah. Still loves deep frying, but deep frying with Ben, canceled anime, didn't go anywhere. See,
now when I thought of this anime, I thought it should be a cooking show where Ben teaches you how to make the best out of leftovers that Digi provides. Like today, we're gonna eat leftover Digibro chicken fried steak. Here's how you prepare it. You put it in the microwave for 1 minute, 20 seconds.
The effort that Ben will just eat it. He doesn't care. Like, you could just hand him some gross shit and he'll just eat it because it's food.
That's why the show would be funny.
because he doesn't care if it tastes good. He'll eat it because it's sustenance, you know? Like, you have no idea how much food I give him because, like, I have a tendency to overbuy stuff, and I'm a really picky eater. So, like, I'll buy something because it looks cool, and then I'll take, like, 2 bites and go, well, I don't like this, and I'll give it to Ben. And, like, because he's so cheap, he'll just, oh, this is my meal for today. You know, like, I don't have to spend money now. Cool, you know?
To be fair, his only income is Patreon, so he doesn't really have a choice.
His only real income is Patreon, and he mostly lives off of money he saved up from, like, over a year ago. Like, because he used to do a lot of tutoring work because he's a physics major and he has a degree.
Teaching kids how to lose at Pokemon.
Yeah. But yeah, he will. I mean, mostly what he eats is like apples and peanuts and deep fried chicken, and that's it. That's what he subsists on.
Okay. Speaking of animes about retarded characters.
Yeah.
I want to recommend an anime movie. It's a spin-off of a popular anime called Goof Troop. And this anime movie is called A Goofy Movie.
I'll let you and Jesse talk about this while I go to the bathroom. I know Jesse's a big fan of this anime.
So A Goofy Movie is the anime movie story of a tragic character named Goofy who his wife dies in a tragic accident, and he's left to be a single father to raise his son Max. But Max is soon graduating high school, and he thinks his dad is a total dork. So Goofy has to try to...
He is the dork.
But Max thinks that his dad is the dork. We, as the audience, we know that Goofy is the hero of the film. But long story short, Max is about to go off to college, and Goofy has one final road trip opportunity to prove to his son that he's not a dork and that they should have a good relationship. And it's a very sad movie. There's a lot of uplifting moments. There's some good songs. There's a scene about alphabet soup. And ultimately, you learn that all you have to do is go to a rock concert and everything will be okay.
Glory.
What do you have to say about this, Jess?
Yeah, what he said. It's a tragic tale. It's a coming-of-age story. For Goofy, not for his son. He's not a good person.
Goofy's not a good person?
No, Max is not a good person.
Oh, no. Max is the villain of the film.
Goofy is the goodest man who ever lived.
Yes. I think that's clear.
Is the driven snow.
The breakout star of this film is Max's friend in high school who has a can of spray cheese, and he makes the Leaning Tower of Cheese in his hand, and then he eats it. That's the part that I always think of. So that's my anime recommendation. A Goofy Movie. Came out in 1995. It's rated G. And it's 1 hour, 21 minutes. And it's classified as a comedy music / romance. I don't know why it's a romance. I guess Max tries to fuck a dog girl or something. I think her name's Roxanne.
Oh, yeah. Roxanne, the song. Yeah.
I got my rocks off to that movie.
Roxanne! You don't have to put on the red light!
Here, I'm going to play an impromptu game.
Put on the red light!
Now, neither one of you, don't cheat. This movie has a Rotten Tomato score. I want you both to guess, and whoever comes the closest will win the game. You guys want to play?
Yeah. Which movie?
For A Goofy Movie.
Okay.
Who goes first?
62%.
Okay, what's your guess, Jess?
Fucking what, for a Goofy Movie?
Yeah.
100%. People are smart, right? People know what good is.
All right. So the Rotten Tomato score of A Goofy Movie is 53%. So Digibro wins.
You're gonna make Jesse put the Casey Jones mask back on and go out into the streets to beat people up.
And this is gonna make you guys upset, but this movie came out April 7th, 1995, so this movie is older than me.
Oh my god. What the fuck? What year were you born?
1995. I was born 3 months after this movie came out.
You're almost as fucking young as Shade.
Like,
What the fuck?
When I still picture in my head anyone born like after 1993 as like a toddler, like a 10-year-old.
What about Munchie? He's like 16.
I know! Munchie was born after 9/11! I can't even wrap my head around it.
That's crazy. Wow, I can't believe my little brother is older than Munchie.
Munchie was born in like 02 or either 01 or 02. He has no recollection. He's often said the reason he thinks 9/11 is so hilarious is because it happened before he was born, but everyone cares so much about it and he has no context for it. So he thinks it's the funniest thing in the world.
I didn't even know what 9/11 was until like 2004.
Oh my god.
Anyway, that's my recommendation. Jess, I think it's your turn.
Fucking millennials.
I remember 9/11, and I remember.
Yeah, I was there.
I remember thinking it was hilarious the day it
I
happened.
fucking died at 9/11. I was right in the fucking building when the plane crashed.
I want to hear you guys
in the room, and they had these like hushed voices, and they were like trying.
Yeah, Jess, how old were you when it happened?
I was in 5th grade, so I was like 10.
I can remember the fucking scent of my flesh searing off as the flames engulfed me. I was in 5th grade, so you were older.
No, I was 12. I was 12 because that's how old I would have been.
I want to hear your 9/11 stories. How'd you guys find out, and what was your reaction?
I remember in class that the teacher got they phone called her and she was like really distraught, but she didn't like explain to the class. And then I came home and every channel was about 9/11, and I was just like, well, because they were all calling it the World Trade Center, which I'd never heard of. So I was like, what the fuck? I didn't understand what the scope, like, all I understood was that it was a big deal because it was on every channel, but I didn't care. So eventually I realized that Cartoon Network wasn't covering it, so I just watched Cartoon Network.
I'm going to go watch Codename Kids Next Door. Fuck your 9/11.
I don't even think Codename Kids Next Door existed yet in 2001.
I didn't really like believe in 9/11 at first.
Yeah.
Because like
you were the original 9/11 truth.
I didn't know how big of a deal it was until like no one shut up about it.
I remembered that a year earlier, like everyone had me so scared and petrified of Y2K.
Oh
like,
yeah,
I thought the world was gonna end on New Year's. Like I remember, like I was playing Banjo-Tooie. Like I have to beat Banjo-Tooie. This is the last chance I get to do it because the world's gonna end. There's never going to be like electricity again. We're all going to die. So like everyone convinced me the world was going to end in the year 2000. It didn't happen. So a year later, when they're talking about like World Trade Center, like I didn't believe them. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You guys are all trying to prank on me again. I was the original fucking 9/11 denier, and I still am.
Yeah. Mumkey, you probably don't even remember the Y2K scare. That shit was, even though it sounds like the dumbest shit in the world, that shit was real. Like, people were really, for whatever reason, people were really sure the world would end at the year 2000.
Now, I don't remember specifically the Y2K scare, but I do remember the year 2000 on New Year's. My parents fucking tricked me because I wanted to stay up to see the ball drop because I was 5 years old at the time. And some news network at like 8 p.m. showed a fake ball drop or something like that to trick kids into thinking it was New Year's so that they would still go to bed on time. And my parents showed me that shit. So they fucking tricked me and I went to bed and I missed the New Year. Fucking assholes.
Fucking hilarious.
And you're still in 1999 because you missed.
Yeah, if you miss the ball drop, then it doesn't really count.
You just stay that year forever.
Yeah.
No, in 99 for a million years.
Yeah, I
like 5-year-old.
For whatever reason, people were so sure, and the logic that had been explained to me for why this would happen was that all of the computers were not programmed to understand the new year starting. Like when it went to 00, all the computers would think that it was the year 1000, and this would trick them all. And this would trick all the computers into failing, and all
believe this.
All computers would fail at the same time, and that would cause all the nuclear bombs to get launched. That was the logic, was that all computers would fail, and therefore the nuclear bombs, like all the codes that were keeping them in place, would stop, and all the bombs would launch, and it would just be nuclear hell all over the whole Earth, and we'd all die.
So what you're saying is
that I was explained to that
17
was why
years ago, literally everybody was retarded.
oh my god, it was unbelievable. Do you know how many people killed themselves? Like
Good.
tons of people committed suicide because they
Survival
thought
of the fittest.
the world was
Fuck them.
gonna happen. Yeah, it's fucking
Natural
ridiculous.
selection.
So yeah, it didn't happen. Which, in a way, I'm glad that all that scare happened because I think it taught our whole generation to be a lot more skeptical.
I don't know about that. I think like the 2016 election proves that people are still exactly as retarded.
That's
like
true.
that was this generation's Y2K. Is Donald Trump president?
Donald Trump's the president, so I'm gonna smoke an ounce to the face. Every time someone says the phrase Donald Trump president, that song gets stuck in my head. Because like the day that Donald Trump got inaugurated, this rapper I follow on SoundCloud made a song called Donald Trump's the president, so I'm gonna smoke an ounce to the face. And it goes like that.
Dizzy, what was that song you were singing on Digibros about how Bernie Sanders was gonna make the guy gay?
Oh yeah, that's by my friend Jeff Burgess. We made an album called Improv Ain't Dead, and he wrote a song that goes, I'm gonna vote for Bernie Sanders, I'm gonna vote for him today. He's gonna make gay marriage legal, then he's gonna make me gay. I'm gonna vote for Bernie Sanders, gonna vote for his mouth on my dick. He's only 73 years old, so he won't get off that quick. Vote for Bernie Sanders if you wanna suck his dick.
When you sang that to me on Digibros, I thought it was an Endless Jest song.
No, it's by my buddy Jeff Burgess, who just put out a song today. I think he's a good boy.
Well, whose turn is it to recommend an anime? I think it might be Jess's turn.
Yeah, I think you did Goof Troop last or something.
Yeah. Yeah, Goof Troop led to 9/11 naturally.
I don't know how that happened. Oh, because you were mentioning that you were born in 95. That's
right. That's right.
Jess, you got an anime to recommend?
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend Batman.
Okay, that's pretty good.
The anime book or the anime itself?
The Dark Knight Rises.
Everything that Batman encompasses.
All right.
The whole media empire of Batman.
The good and the bad.
I saw you were posting some scenes from the anime book on Twitter earlier, which seemed like they were trying to take the story of the Dark Knight Rises and make it more dramatic and less retarded.
Well, no,
or something.
It's the recent Batman series, which came out yesterday. The pages I posted were from the newest issue.
Oh, Batman versus Superman.
And it's God damn it, Mumkey. It's written by Tom King, the guy who wrote The Vision.
Oh yeah, that's right. He is writing
SpongeBob. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, and God damn it, Mumkey, I hate you so much. Yeah, this current storyline is about Bane, and Bane's really pissed off, and he's fighting Batman, and Bane rules, and there you go.
But like a lot of
that, at any point, does he say "for you"?
No, that's not comics.
Some of the dialogue in those pages you posted was like directly from the Dark Knight Rises, though, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
Like the last thing he says like it's a test of wills. Who will break first, him or me? Which is like exactly from. So I figured he was trying to like rewrite the Dark Knight Rises to be less shit or something.
No, it's not anything like the Dark Knight Rises. I mean, maybe that line is the same, but
Digi, are you trying to say that the Dark Knight Rises is shit?
I mean, look.
That's the greatest movie ever made.
I've only seen The Dark Knight Rises once in theaters.
How many times have you seen the opening scene? Probably like 50.
Yeah. So my impression of The Dark Knight Rises, and this is a weird statement to make because the movie's nearly 3 hours long. I think it needed to be 45 minutes longer. Because
to flesh out how like the time skip shit.
To flesh out what the fuck happened. Yeah, exactly. Like there's this huge. I mean, not the 8-year time skip. I mean, that needs explanation. There's a lot in that movie that doesn't make any fucking sense. No. But the part that bothered me the most was when they send Batman away to go into the pit, and then the whole city fucking changes, and they show almost none of it. Like, what bothered me the most was that they never showed what it's like for the citizens. Like, they're showing all this weird stuff that's happening in the city, but they never show what like life is like for just being a guy in Gotham. Like, what are people doing? Like,
Yeah,
what?
Every single cop in the
Well,
city.
you know, it might be better under Bane's rule. They don't really show us anything.
Yeah, they never show what it's like to just be a normal person there. Like, are people still going to work, or what the fuck is happening?
Like he's gotten rid of all the cops. Everyone can do whatever they want. Like, what's the downside?
And the craziest thing is that all the cops are underground for like half a year, and they come out completely clean shaven.
They come out clean shaven in their police uniforms, like they just came out immediately the next day or something. How are they even surviving down there? They didn't have to eat each other or anything. Like, what the fuck were they doing?
It doesn't make any sense.
It's like that whole stretch of period, like there's so much that could have been developed out of that. And it also bothered me because, and I know this is my own fault, but I had my own headcanon version of what would happen in the third Batman movie. There's a huge stretch of time between the Dark Knight and
the Joker would come back to life.
No. Because Joker didn't die. He was just in prison.
Heath Ledger died, so there's not much chance.
Obviously, he wasn't going to be in there. But what I thought would happen was that it would take place like not long after the Dark Knight, and basically the Joker's influence would have created a bunch of fucking psychopaths all over the city. Like, because he had invited this idea that Batman's existence creates crazy people, that, like, you know, as long as he's around, there's going to be crazy people. There'd be crazy people all over the place. And I thought for sure that there would be someone who had like as opposed to the Robin character that's in the movie, it would either be like a Robin or just like something unrelated. I imagine it as a girl, but like a younger character.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
A younger character who had like their parents died because one of these psychopaths was killed her parents because of the Batman craze. You know, like because Batman has created all these crazy people, those crazy people have killed a bunch of normal people, and the relatives of those normal people now hate Batman. You know, and so basically it would be about this girl who's pissed off at Batman because of the fact that all this violence has happened. But then when she meets Batman, like, she wants to kill him, but he's, of course, you know, he's fucking Batman, so she can't do shit to him. But then as she like spends time with Batman, she gets to like realize his perspective and that this isn't really his fault. And then like they kind of team up, you know, and then they have to save the city from whatever new bad guy is the problem. Like, it just seemed like the obvious next step. Like, if like Joker, the whole idea at the end of the Dark Knight is that the Joker changed the game, and instead we skip 8 years into the future and nothing the Joker did fucking mattered. So it was just a weird way to create a sequel, to just like totally ignore the Dark Knight and just make like a totally different movie that's nothing to do with it. And I thought that was really fucking lame.
It was not good. Like, I remember walking out of the theater and thinking it was good. But just like the more I thought about the movie,
same here.
It was kind of like Boyhood.
Like, I mean, The Dark Knight was like my favorite film for a long time. So when I saw Rises, like, it was that feeling of I'm watching it and I'm like, my initial impression, like at the very beginning, is, okay, this is taking way too long to get started. It doesn't make any sense. Why is there an 8-year time skip? This is pissing me off. But then I'm like, all right, I guess this is okay. Bane's kind of cool. I like Bane. But the story doesn't make any fucking sense. And then as I walked out of the theater, I was just
talk about it the most was like, Bane is the movie. Like, he's the best guy in the movie. He's the most interesting part of it. Every scene he's in is cool. He's the.
And it turns out he's a huge cut.
They totally brought him out to build up Talia at the last fucking minute.
Fucking Melania Trump is like the actual real villain of the movie.
Yeah, they take away they show his origin story, and then they take it away and say it was actually hers, and he was just a guy helping her. What the fuck? And then they just fucking, like, off screen, he gets hit by like a Batmobile missile, and he just dies, I guess, and that's it.
Let me tell you about my experience with The Dark Knight Rises. I went to go see the midnight showing, so it's pretty much Thursday night. I have school the next morning. Like Digi said, this movie is 8 hours long.
Yeah.
So I go to see it at midnight. We get out of there.
Than my whole life.
We get out of there like 3 a.m. I go home. I fall asleep immediately. 4 hours later, my dad comes to wake me up so I can get ready for school. And he wakes me up with this sentence. Hey, you know that movie, Dark Knight Rises? Last night, some guy shot up a movie theater and killed like 20 people.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, uh-oh.
Warp, warp.
Your father woke you up and said, Mumkey, I know you love mass murderers, and I've got a surprise for you today.
No, this is back before I got emotionally damaged before I became Mumkey.
Before you became Mumkey.
Yeah.
I was a much
Poor
more
Jimmy.
innocent boy.
Uncle Alex took you to the theater where all the bodies were still on the floor. The bodies were not yet cold in the Aurora Theater when he took you to see The Dark Knight Rises, and it scarred you for life.
According to the Mumkey canon, Mumkey became interested in anime when Uncle Alex showed him Boku no Pico.
You
But
mean
I
Jimmy
think-
became interested in anime?
Sure, yeah, sure. But I think in real life, the turn from like libcuck faggot to like hardcore edgy teenager was when I discovered a Serbian film at like age 15. And
Oh,
after
yeah.
I saw that movie, nothing was ever the same.
I know you really love a Serbian film.
Oh, I do.
One of my friend Brandon Tolentino is a really big fan of that movie. He also had
shit.
watched it like a bunch of
I need to
times.
talk to that guy because nobody else likes it.
The funny thing, my friend Tolentino, when he watched it, the effect it had on him was that he became really interested in Serbia. Like he got like obsessed with Serbian like culture and women, because I guess Serbian women are all beautiful, and he kept talking about it. He was just like really into Serbia after that movie.
You know
Well,
who
if he,
a Serbian film is Podar Gargak.
Oh, he hates it, right?
He hates it because he's Serbian,
Right.
and he feels that it reflects poorly on his homeland. He made like a PSA, like, why is this trash called a Serbian film? That'd be like if there
because
was
it's a
fat people
metaphor.
eating McDonald's and it was called an American film.
It's a metaphor for the way that the Serbian government treats the citizens.
Well, yeah,
If he couldn't understand that, then he's a fucking idiot.
No, I'm sure he gets that. It's just
Yeah.
mad. He's a big.
I mean, the thing is that
hockey mask, and he's pissed off.
yeah, Gargak is extremely into exploitation films, and I think he saw a Serbian film as like an attempt to be one that didn't feel genuine to him, and that's why it pissed him off.
Like he hates like exploitation.
Yeah.
Like movies like Hobo with a Shotgun. He doesn't like.
Oh, that movie was fine. Rutger Hauer's funny in that movie.
Use it as like Kmart exploitation, I think.
Just because he sees
was
it
very
as
stylized and fun.
he sees it as an exploitation film that's like wearing the skin of one as opposed to just being one out of like legitimate insanity. Like the movies that Gargak likes are made by people who clearly are actually deranged.
A funny thing about Hobo with a Shotgun is that they made an anti movie piracy trailer using the characters, where the villain in the movie, some kid was downloading Hobo with a Shotgun, and the villain of the movie walked in with ice skates on his hands, and he cut the kid's fucking head off for pirating Hobo with a Shotgun. So if you say that's not a genuine exploitation film, then I don't know what you think is.
Hey man, you'll have to talk to the expert. It's not me, is
You
it?
gotta talk to the Gargak, the Potor Gargak, who could crush all of us with his
Anyway,
fucking...
I think it's your turn to recommend a new anime.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say something about exploitation. I'll save it. All right. I'm gonna recommend an anime called Speedballing. Speedballing is an interactive anime. So for those who've never heard of it, speedballing is what happens when you do cocaine and also, what is it? Not heroin. It's when you take an upper and a downer at the same time. That's the idea. Is that you simultaneously. Someone's coming up my stairs because the hall light just came on, but I don't know who it is. It's Ben Saint.
Oh,
What's
God
up,
damn
Ben
it.
Saint?
I thought I heard Dabu and Victor up here for some reason.
No, I'm talking to Jesse and Mumkey.
Davu's
in the
busy
live
getting
stream.
fucked.
Oh, hey Jesse and Mumkey.
No,
on the
Davu's
stream.
back now.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw him before.
What's up?
Nothing. I just thought I heard good times happening, and I came to crash them.
Tell Ben to go fuck himself.
You heard from where did you hear good times
I
happening?
was walking to the garage because I
I
was
see.
doing laundry. I realized I could have sworn I heard Dabu and Victor.
Nope, just me talking to myself from your perspective.
Can Ben
so-
go kill himself or what?
You just sound like both of them.
Monkey's asking if you can go kill yourself.
I can.
Ben says he can.
Don't
That's
do it.
good.
Don't do it.
He says
He can't
don't
hear
do
you,
it.
Jess.
Value
Jesse can't hear you.
to me and no one else.
Well, there.
Yeah.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can probably hear you.
Yeah, they can
Fuck
hear you.
Boys.
He says, fuck you boys. So
Yeah, that's my
Oh.
Ben.
I wish Ben
Yep.
was dead, unironically.
What was I talking about? Speedballing. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's where you take an upper and a downer at the same time. Is the idea is like I guess you can see time after you do both. So
The fourth dimension opens to your perception.
yeah, so I'm doing like the junior speedball, then the non-hard, less addictive version, which is where you are on your 5th beer in 4 hours and you're drinking a Monster. Because the idea is that alcohol it gets you into a good state of mind, you're having fun, but the problem is it's a depressant, which doesn't necessarily mean it makes you feel depressed. In fact, alcohol makes a lot of people more hyper. I kind of fall in the
certainly.
middle. I know some people who get more hyper. I know some people who get super mellow. My cousin Boyd, he starts drinking, he passes out immediately.
If you want to see an example of somebody getting hyper from alcohol, go watch like episode 46 of the Digibros Leaf Green Let's Play when I show up and I'm just going crazy.
Mumkey is quite a hyper drunk. I'm the type, I mean, if I get wasted, I'll get hyper, but like I'm the type who just has a long ride with the alcohol. Like I just have this long middle ground of not really like I feel tired, but I also feel like I can go forever, you know? It's like I'll stay tired for 6 straight hours, but not actually fall asleep. But lately I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule because I keep being up during the day and it's ruining my life. I've been up during the day for like 3 weeks now.
Being awake while the sun is out is ruining Digibro's life.
I am not fucking kidding, dude. It's ruining my life because when I'm up during the day, I go out places instead of sitting at home and doing work. So all I do is I go out to I'll go out to eat and I'll be like, I don't decide where I'm going to go. I just get in the car and I start driving. And so I'm driving for like half an hour, find a place, and I eat there. And then I'm like, well, I'm out, so I'll go check out. And I spend like $20 on lunch because I always go to nice places. Then I'll fucking go to some like bookstore and buy like 30 volumes of manga or something. You know, like literally blow my whole fucking all the money I have. And then, you know, drive around all fat and bloated and full of manga. And then I'll fucking come home and like 2 hours have passed. And I've been sick for some reason for the last like week, so I haven't wanted to do anything. So then I just sit around all day because to me, like at nighttime, it's like you're in this concentrated nexus where there's nothing to do but work. You know, like past midnight, everyone's passed out. No one's doing anything on the internet. It's just you and the computer, and you can just fucking work all night and get shit done. When you're up during the day, it's like there's people who want to go places and well, I'm bored. Let's play Pokemon Go. Let's go to the pagoda. I don't want to fucking go anywhere, all right? I need to get work done, but I'm going to. If it's the daytime, I'm going to go everywhere. I'm going to go do all the things. It's just wasting my fucking time, right? And I just do that for days on end. I don't get any work done, and I start feeling sicker and sicker for some reason, and I keep getting fatter because I won't stop eating out, blowing all my money on fucking manga. So it's ruining my life. So I'm trying to stay up all night. So I've been buying energy drinks just to keep myself up. So now I'm drinking Monster, which I'm not good with energy drinks. Like they get me way too wired. They're like super. I have a weak resistance to them. So I'm drinking all this beer and Monster, and I'm getting that speedball effect. That's super high and super low, and they're both fighting each other in my mind. And it's like I'm placid, but I'm also shaking. It's kind of awesome, and so I recommend that anime to everybody.
So get hyper and drunk at the same time is your recommendation.
Oh, and Lachlan Still, who's mad because we're doing a 4-hour stream and he's not writing. This will eventually be a video.
Yeah, you can watch this tomorrow, dude.
Yeah. But you know, whatever.
Okay. If it's my turn, I
want to be on the stream.
This stream has been going for over 4 hours.
Has it really?
Yeah.
Really? I've been here for 4 fucking hours just sitting here.
It says that on the page. Started streaming 4 hours ago.
That's insane.
Yep.
Well, I still have a new anime to recommend, so I guess.
I just had to point out because I read it. Cider Sadhu or Boozy Floozy says, as a girl, I technically have an underdeveloped wiener.
Don't listen to that. She doesn't have a wiener. That's a lie.
I don't know. I don't know why she said that at all. I don't know what brought that out, but
I sent Boozy Floozy an invite to join on Discord, so she can join in if she wants. I don't care.
Well, Discord.
What? She said that you wouldn't let her in.
I just sent her an invite. Anyway,
Oh, she's dumb.
so listen up. We've been talking about a lot of comedy animes. We talked about Grave of the Fireflies. We talked about Hiroshima.
Yeah.
But
It's speedballing, the ultimate comedy.
But a little known fact is that not all
And
animes are
it's Serbian.
Japanese.
Oh.
Vietnam actually.
Are you pulling a Mother's Basement right now and trying to argue that
Yes.
not all animes are from Japan?
Yes, because Vietnam actually has created a few animes over the years.
Oh my god!
So
Is it
I want to-
Apocalypse Now?
I want to talk about the comedic, probably the funniest anime I've ever seen. The Vietnamese comedy anime called the My Lai Massacre.
Oh,
The My Lai
Never
Massacre.
I've
Was-
heard of the Deer Hunter, but I've never heard of the My Lai Massacre.
The My Lai Massacre was the Vietnam War mass killing of between 347 and 504 unarmed civilians in South Vietnam on March 16th, 1968. It was committed by U.S. Army soldiers from the Company C of the 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry Regiment, 11th Brigade of the 23rd Americal Infantry.
You know, Mumkey, I love you, man, but you've been letting your friend Random Article
No,
guest write a few too many of your
This is
of
all
your
coming
pieces.
straight from the
You're-
top of my head.
You're seeming like a real Asterios Kokonos these days.
Hey,
you know?
I'm getting to the best part. Okay, so victims included men, women, children,
Oh, I do
and
like to know about
infants.
women dying.
Some of the women were gang raped and their bodies mutilated. Keep in mind, this was done by the U.S. Army.
Of course.
26 soldiers were charged with criminal offenses, but only Lieutenant William Colley Jr., a platoon leader in C Company, was convicted. So all these mass rapists and murderers in the U.S. Army, they got off scot-free. Found guilty of killing 22 villagers, he was originally given a life sentence, but served only 3.5 years under house arrest. Pretty funny.
Wait, what's this
Hilarious.
anime called again? Because I'm really interested in it.
It's My Lai Massacre. It's spelled MY space LAI.
That reminds me of another anime that I saw. I haven't seen the My Lai Massacre, but I did watch this anime called The Rape of Nanking. And I actually watched it when I was in middle school. They showed it in our class, which is
no.
a little odd because
Really
it's
weird.
sort of a raunchy comedy to be shown in class. It's a very sexual comedy. There was a scene where they had a Japanese man, and he was describing like he had participated in the rape of Nanking in the development of the anime. We're watching like a behind-the-scenes documentary, and he was explaining, and this stuck with me forever because it was the hottest thing I've ever heard. He said, when we were raping them, then they were a woman. But then afterwards, they were just mud, and we would just kill them. And
You
when
watched
we killed
this in
them, they were
middle
nothing.
school.
Yeah. It was a history lesson in middle school about the development of the Rape of Nanking anime. So when we were raping them, they were women, and when we killed them, they were just scum. And that was how they thought of it, and that's how they developed the anime.
I mean, it makes
fast-
sense to me. Women are pretty much property at all times and objects.
Speaking of, I think we have a woman
Yeah,
joining us in the call.
to recommend an anime.
What did you fucking say?
I said that women are objects and property. Anyway, what anime did you want to recommend?
That's 100% fair. In
Yeah.
anime,
Have you seen an anime as fucking hilarious as the Rape of Nanking?
Or the My Lai Massacre?
well, I mean, it has rape in the title, so it's very hard to top, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest. Holy shit. Like,
Has
I don't
anybody ever
know.
told you that you sound like Noakin, the famous female YouTuber voice actress?
Whoa. Mumkey, you know Noaking?
Yeah, she's in the Pokemon The Abridged series.
You know she was huge in the brony community.
Of course, every fucking idiot is huge in the Brony community. Fuck her.
She was really big in the brony community.
Yeah,
She
I
was
wish it
famous
was-
for playing the character of Vinyl Scratch and
Well,
sounding
now that I
really
know that, I wish she was really big inside a grave.
cool. she's a gay. She
To be
is
fair,
one of
I've
the.
Yeah.
never heard of this person. I've never.
If
I
you
feel
ever
like-
saw,
The entire time that I spent in the brony thing, I didn't pay attention to what was going on in it at all.
well, Jesse, if you ever watched any fan animation that had Vinyl Scratch in it, she played her in everything. Like she was the voice of Vinyl Scratch.
Would
in
you
the
say
fan.
that Boozy Floozy kind of sounds like Noakin?
A little. I could
Yeah.
see the comparison.
Yeah.
I have no idea who she is.
Anyway, what's
She's
your?
got a really husky voice, so that's what she's known for.
Because she's a fucking les.
Yeah.
I'm down.
All right.
I like that.
Who wants to eat that pussy, baby?
You get that from breathing in puss fumes.
Shit.
She voices Misty in Pokemon the Abridged series, and she's very funny.
You know, I've never even seen the abridged series.
Well,
The
go
only
watch
abridged,
it.
the only abridged series I've ever seen has been like bits of DBZ, bits of Yu-Gi-Oh, and a ton of Hellsing.
I just want to point out that every abridged series is cancer except for Brony Tales.
No, that's wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series is very funny.
I
Oh.
like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. I grew up on it,
Yeah, me
and
too.
I could do all the voices.
That's the only reason anyone likes it.
Yeah.
Wait, you can do all the voices? I want to hear this now.
Which ones?
I want you to do the hair guy. My hair says.
My hair says that we need to get these duelists onto the platform.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
My favorite to do is like Weevil, like
Say goodbye to Exodia!
Yeah, but that's not Weevil. He was Beavis and Butthead.
oh well, I'm thinking of the original Weevil, the actual TV show version. Yeah, that's right. In the show, he was Beavis.
Say goodbye to Exodia. Yeah.
Okay, Boozy, we're not going to interrupt you. What anime do you want to recommend?
Are we talking like an actual anime? Because
Yeah, like the whole show that we've been doing.
Yeah, like we've
The
been
only
doing
one-
4 hours of nonstop anime review.
you know, to be fair, I haven't been listening that much. I'm out of my gourd right now. If I had to recommend any kind of even remote anime, it'd probably be that. It's called Ebichu, I think. It's
Oh,
a fu-
Orochimaru Bichu, that show's fucking great.
It's
yeah.
absolutely fucking glorious. It's one of my favorites. I love it. I love that hamster. If you've never seen it's not called Ebichu. It's, what did you say it was?
It's called Hamtaro.
Oruchuban Ebichu.
Well, maybe if Hamtaro's a
If you
crossover of
search-
fucking Porkies, maybe. Perhaps.
If you search Ebichu, you'll get it. So yeah, you can.
Oh my god. Hold on. It's very hard to see the screen right now. Ebichu?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Ebichu. It is called Ebichu. Okay, if you've never seen Ebichu before, this is actually something that I think I saw like maybe 6 or 8 years ago, like before my 20s. It's fucking amazing. There's a guy that falls in love with a hamster, but she's a fucking hamster, so what does she fucking care? And he's just completely obsessed with her, and he jerks off to her, and he bangs his girlfriend in honor of his crush over this hamster.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And who doesn't want that, really? Sometimes you see her little butthole, her little button butthole.
Yeah. So the plot of the show is that Ebichu is the pet hamster of this woman who's just like an average, like late 20s going on 30 woman, whose life is kind of shit. She's fucking a guy who's cheating on her constantly, but she keeps coming back to him because she can't help herself. She smokes and drinks constantly. She's not in the best life state, and this hamster is trying to be the hamster's trying to be like her anchor. He's trying to be like her maid and like do her house chores and stuff, but he's completely incompetent. So she just beats the shit out of him every day. The show is nothing but a bunch of like really bad people abusing each other constantly. It's one of the darkest comedies I've ever seen, and there's lots of fucking, and it's fucking great. And yeah, there's a man who's in love with the hamster and wants to fuck it legitimately.
It's more than adorable. It's the best. Yeah. I love it.
Fun story about how Ebichu came to be. It came to be from the making of Neon Genesis Evangelion, because the woman who played Misato in Evangelion was reading the manga. Like, she was just really into it, and she would show it to all the staff, like all the people at Gainax while they were making the show. And she would, like, while she was in the recording booth, she would open up the manga and just read passages from it in the voice, because she plays Ebichu in the show. So she would just read Ebichu's lines, like, thinking it was hilarious, and they all loved it. So they were like, we have to make an anime out of this. So they got the rights to do it, and they got her to play the hamster. And so, yeah, the staff of Evangelion just made this as a passion project a few years after Eva. It's great. It's a lot like Panty and Stocking, but even more wrong.
I was gonna say I like Ebichu a lot better than I like Penny and Stocking.
It's definitely more like real. It's just like I find Ebichu almost depressing, because so much of it you can imagine actually happening, and these poor fucking sad people living these horrible lives.
She has so much love to give, and they don't want it.
Yeah.
They don't want it. I understand you, Ebby Chu. I love you. Holy shit. No, if you've never seen it, you're not doing it correctly. You need to watch it.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
That's my recommendation. How's that? Is that a good one?
Yeah,
okay.
26 12-minute episodes. You can find it on anime.
You can find it on YouTube. It's all on YouTube,
Yeah.
all of it.
Boys and
Was it
girls.
dubbed?
It's not dubbed, it's subbed.
Listen, I feel like I'm about to pass out. How much longer are we gonna go?
Who
It's up
fucking
to you,
cares?
Mumkey. I can go all night. I don't care.
Kill me.
I can go past the break of dawn. I can recommend the anime from dusk till dawn, but I won't because it's not my
I
turn.
have an idea. Digi, I think you should just give a heartfelt recommendation that everybody go purchase The Triflers by Mumkey Jones, and that's all we need to do.
The Triflers by that guy. It's a book by that guy,
Yeah.
as made famous through the anime series Metalocalypse. That guy, who's a big red Satan, he wrote a book called The Triflers. It's about an 11-year-old girl rubbing cum all
Nope.
over her body.
Okay, let's go ahead and kick Digi from the chat, and
No!
we'll move on.
That's
No, I
not
want to hear
inaccurate.
more. I want to hear more.
That's not what it's about.
You should read The Triflers if you want to hear more. It's a book where an 11-year-old girl rubs cum all over her body.
Digi, you know that I'm in an apartment and I cannot scream like a monkey to make you shut up.
There's
I'm
a
like,
bu- there's
Scream like a monkey.
if you've ever
Specifically his monkey voice.
there's there's lots of references to classic internet videos.
You go to the zoo and you look at the monkey exhibit, and all the monkeys are flicking around going, "Hey, everybody! It's Monkey!"
I'm gonna recommend a new anime for you.
The Holocaust never happened, but it's also my favorite anime!
Holy shit.
Digi, in the chat, Goose has a question. He says, Ben Saint meets Don Bracken. What happens next?
He said, "How do what happens?"
Shut the fuck up and answer it.
Well, I mean, Ben would love Dawn because she's edgy, and Ben loves edgy stuff.
Sure.
So they'd get along fine. I don't know because she's a fuck. I think it's funny. You said that Dawn is your favorite character in the book. And,
Oh, sure.
I mean, she's the character with the most going on. She's the most interesting. But the idea of considering her a favorite is funny because what I like about her is that she's an insufferable fucking pretentious prick who's just like I like her as a character, but I think she's totally unlikable as a person.
Do you think that Ben Saint would fall victim to her schemes?
No, I think he would be as smart as her. Like, he would know what she was doing.
So. I don't think Ben Saint is as smart as Don Bracken.
Dawn comes off to me as not that smart. Like, she thinks she's
really smart.
Yeah, she thinks she's really smart, and the people around her are just stupid.
Yeah.
You know, like, she is able to manipulate these people because they're dumb. But like, if she was put against someone who actually was like the way she deals with people, I won't spoil who she deals with, but like the way she deals with people who are smarter than her is retarded. Like, like they can clearly see through her, and she thinks she's getting away with more than she is. Though in the end, she does get away with a lot, but I don't know how much in the long run. You know,
Disney Channel we're talking about.
We're talking
What?
about The Triflers by Mumkey Jones.
Yeah. Classic
book?
anime book.
The book that is supposedly about a school shooting, even though it's barely about that at
No,
all.
I got an email that says that they're sending that book to my house.
Oh, shit.
I didn't buy it. I would never buy it.
Oh.
Someone just decided to send it to me.
Oh, good.
No, that's a joke. I bought it.
Hey, that means a lot that you wasted $15 on my book. I like
Find
that.
out
Somebody-
once and for all how much of a hack Mumkey Jones truly is. I'll
Yeah.
check you people. I'll let the world know.
My buddy David bought me the Triflers for my birthday.
Awesome.
I still haven't read it.
That's a
I'm
horrendous
sorry.
birthday present.
I will say, out of everything that Mumkey has made, it is the least derivative of Endless Chess. So there is.
Well, I thought-
There you
No,
go.
it's only a little bit derivative of it.
I thought you were gonna tell me it was the most cancerous thing of them all.
No. It's
I think
a
it's the best thing I've ever
fine
read
book.
in my whole life.
Tom Oliver read it and he fucking loved it. He was like he was like worshiping you after reading it. And he's been trying to write even longer than you have, I think.
It's in my hands, but I can barely read it right now.
Yeah, it's a fun book. I recommend listening to Slipknot while reading it.
Wait, which Slipknot? How old? Are we
All
talking
of
new
it.
Slipknot? Oh no,
Well, 'cause
all of it.
Mumkey lives in Iowa, so I thought it was only appropriate to read his school shooting book while listening to Slipknot, especially the Iowa album, which is their best album.
Even though
So-
the book takes place in Illinois.
Well,
Was that
I don't
town-
remember that detail.
What's that state called? Illinois?
Yeah, listen to the album Illinois by Sufjan Stevens, which does not fit the tone of the book at all, but you can listen to it anyways.
I only know like one Slipknot song.
They've got the amazing song
People equals shit! People equals shit!
shit, I knocked my headphones off.
Somebody in the
That's so
chat,
exciting.
Zad1212 wants to know if I got the copy of the book he sent me. If you're who I think you are, yeah, I mailed it back to you like 2 days ago, so go check your mailbox.
Anyways, someone says Don Bracken, like Breaking Dawn. God Monkey, you're a hack. Did you name Don after another character?
Breaking Dawn is the name of the final Twilight book.
I see.
So no.
Is that what you named her after? Okay.
No.
Yeah. Don's a fun character. It's a fun book. It drags
It's a tragic,
a little,
terribly sad book.
I didn't find it sad. I found it
There's a
mostly
chapter called Depression and a chapter called Suicide. You thought that those were fun?
I thought the
Well,
characters.
Mumkey, his interpretation is just as valid as yours.
I agree. I'm interested to see what he has to say.
Well, because the book to me was a reminder of high school, which for me is 9 years ago and is just hilarious. So like everything that I read was just like, it was all just like, oh yeah, it's a bunch of dumb fucking kids doing what the kids who I knew would have done if they were a little edgier, like they were all they all think they are a lot better than they are, and that's what's good about the book, is that I feel like you recognize that they're not as smart as they think they are. Like who's like got a constant? Do you hear that sound of like a USB being unplugged and replugged constantly,
I
or
think
something?
that's just Boozy typing on the computer.
I see. So it could be like bedum, bedum, bedum. Anyways. Yeah, like the characters are a bunch of retarded kids, and so the stuff they're doing, every time I read it, I don't have the sense of, oh no, that happened. It's more like, ha, of course that would happen. Of course this fucking idiot would do that. I guess just because I have a lot of experience with edgy teens or something, or like they felt like my people, like people I understood. So, yeah, I mean, there are some fucked up things that happen in the book. Ultimately, I feel like I won't say too much, but I don't feel like it came off that dark in the end.
I do advertise it as a dark comedy. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, there's no like laugh out loud funny parts, but it definitely has that kind of, it's smirking, you know. Tonally it would be like a Fight Club or something. Like, it's not a funny movie, but it is a funny movie. If you get what I mean. Like, it's satirical. It's obviously making fun of the characters. It's not meant to be taken that seriously. And the characters are all kind of, they're all in that interstice between totally hateable but also kind of adorable because they're so dumb, like you want to root for them because they're retarded and they live in a retarded world, which is our world.
There you go. This is Digi's his great review of the Triflers. Is the characters are fucking dumb.
I'm constantly hearing a USB entry and out and like plug in.
Somebody's typing.
It's not me. I can barely.
It's that faggot Jess.
It is you. You're typing at me the whole time.
Oh yeah. I am.
Why does it make the noise of a USB being unplugged?
That I'm not sure of.
I just hear
shouldn't be
typing.
doing that.
Jess, you said that you wanted to write a book. Do you want to disclose like what ideas you have for it? Because I like to hear about writing.
Yeah, I want to write 1 million books, and that it really fucking aggravates me and incenses me that Mumkey Jones, who's like fucking 17 years old or some shit,
Yep.
and I don't. Me, the greatest genius of my era, at the ripe old age of 300, have not yet written a book. So that really aggravates me. So since Mumkey Jones,
What the fuck is that noise? That noise is driving me fucking insane. What is the notification you're getting, Jesse?
what are you talking about?
I don't hear anything.
You guys don't hear this constant?
I don't hear it either, and I'm not typing.
Hold on, everybody be quiet for a second. And now I don't hear it.
I think you're crazy, man.
I just keep hearing a blip, blip, blip.
I think you're
now
out
I'm
of your
hearing it
mind.
again.
Nothing's
hear that?
happening. No,
It's happening.
Is it just happening to me?
I hope so.
Is it the chat? Is there a sound that the chat makes that I haven't been hearing till now?
The chat says you're going insane.
Your descent into madness begins now.
Whatever, just keep... Jesse, tell us about your book. I'm losing my
Anyway,
fucking
yeah, since Mumkey has a book, I have to write 5 books. It's the only way that I can regain my fucking pride.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm gonna write a book. The other day, I think the first one, I'm just gonna compile a bunch of stuff that I've written over the years and make a poetry book, like the Roald Dahl, not the Roald Dahls, the Shel Silverstein ones with the old drawings in them from kids.
Oh, like a light in the attic.
Yeah, I want something like that, like a book. I've got
The end of the sidewalk.
can draw pictures. I'm just gonna compile all of my brilliant fucking word things over the years and put them in a book. And I'm also gonna revise them to make them less shit because some of them were written when I was a fucking teenager. And
So what are you gonna do when you write a real book?
what are you implying, Mumkey?
I'm implying a compilation of like retarded shit that you wrote when you were a kid doesn't count. So like, what are you gonna do for a real book?
I'm gonna write a comprehensive breakdown of all the ways in which Mumkey Jones is derivative of me.
I would actually read that.
I'm going to fucking roast you in novel format.
I'd read it.
I'm still hearing that fucking noise. I'm losing my fucking
Did
mind.
you
Someone in
hear
the
that?
chat said they can hear it. You guys really don't hear that?
No, there's nothing happening.
I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm going to
go to
kill
bed,
myself.
dude.
What is? I don't understand what it is.
Anyways, I'm also going to write a book about why politics is immoral and anyone who gives a shit about anything is a piece of shit who should die.
You can write a whole book about that, or just like an essay?
I'm also going to write a book about... Oh, I can write a book about it easy. I'm also going to write a book about Death of the Author and why anyone who believes in it is wrong and should die.
I think you have like compulsive obsessive disorder or something.
I'm gonna also write a book about fuck everything and why anyone who likes everything should die.
Are you a fan of the YouTube account?
Anyone alive?
Jess, are you a fan of the YouTube account? I hate everything.
No. In fact, I hate everything more than everything.
I hate everything more than I hate everything hates everything.
I hate everything is garbage and shit.
I've never watched it, but it keeps popping up in my recommend.
You want to talk about guys who are derivative of my channel? I Hate Everything is literally a worse version of my fuck everything videos. It fucking...
I hate everything is not just like describing it as a worse version is like underselling how much worse it is. Like because the fuck everything videos are fantastic and I Hate Everything is garbage. It's like comparing Log Horizon and Sword Art Online. Some people think Log Horizon's a 7 and Sword Art Online's a 5, but the reality is Log Horizon's a 10 and Sword Art Online's a 1, and that's the difference between Jesse and I Hate Everything. And the sound is still fucking happening constantly. Other people are telling me they can hear it.
I think I Hate Everything is possibly the only human being to ever live and to have never made a single joke in his entire life.
You might be right.
You guys don't hear that?
There's nothing.
What the fuck?
I hear the sound of rushing water right now.
It's definitely coming through my headphones because I keep taking them off and not hearing anything. So.
Do you have a USB plugged in?
I'm currently unplugging and replugging everything to see if it's.
I did that earlier just to see if it would still make the noise. I know it's not me.
Did you guys know that back in the day, was it Pizza Hut or was it Domino's? Who had the commercials called "Avoid the Noid"?
Domino's.
Was it Domino's?
Yep.
So
There's a
earlier
whole video
today,
game
we found
about
out that they had this commercial called "Avoid the Noid," which is like just like a Pizza Hut commercial, but they had to end that campaign because like a mentally unstable man whose last name was Noid went into a Domino's with a gun and ordered them to stop telling people to avoid him, and that is the actual reason why they stopped doing that commercial.
Incredible.
Yeah, go look that up. Go search the Wikipedia. Anyway, with that hilarious story that you all reacted to out of the way.
Well, I'm fucking with my settings in Google Hangouts and it's making the noises weirder and louder.
I think it's about bedtime because after all these drinks, I'm lightheaded and I'm about to pass out sitting on my computer.
Can I ask before you go, what kind of drinks? I'm curious.
It's half lemonade, half UV vodka, and I can look it up. Give me 1 sec. It's a bar that I go to.
So just not Four Locos, not that white trash garbage.
No,
this is the cheaper version because I can make 1 million of them out of one bottle.
I swear I had something to say before the I Hate Everything, but after the triflers, and
okay, my drink is half lemonade, half blue raspberry vodka, and then just a pinch of grenadine. Mix all that together, and it's a tasty drink.
Holy shit, that sounds fucking delicious.
It's very good.
I remember what I was going to talk about, but if the stream is ending, I'll let it end.
No, go ahead, Digi. We got all. I'll fucking go ahead, finish it off.
Should I?
I just told you to, and I'm your boss.
Okay. I was going to talk about the story I was going to write that I've been putting off.
Yeah, that's it.
For a month or two. So back in November, I found that I had a lot of free time, so I was thinking I'd write a story, and I have tried to hide what it is, but have not done a good job. Everybody knows I was trying to make a visual novel, and I was trying to learn how to draw to work on it.
And also, you think that a visual novel is a game, which is a bizarre definition.
I don't really think so, Mumkey.
Or you were trying to troll me.
Our whole argument was like a weird asinine thing. It was really funny.
I think that's the entire PCP private chat.
It really is.
Asinine arguments.
The PCP
that makes everybody mad.
By and large, asinine arguments.
Me and Jess have gotten to arguments that I think in real life he would have started choking me. So I'm glad that we're over the internet.
Well, the thing is that the only reason that the arguments go so long is because it's over the internet. Because if you're in person, you can resolve it in 3 sentences.
Yeah, me and Jess would have just hugged each other, and then that would have been it.
Or had a beer or something. Or you would never have an argument because in person you're having fun as opposed to fucking sitting around bored and coming up with pedantic shit to argue about.
I'm trying to literally procrastinate from editing my next video, so I just pick fights with you guys in the chat.
I'm procrastinating from writing my next video by being in this fucking live stream for 5 hours. So yeah, the story I was writing is called Acid Girl. And the idea of it is that it's about a girl who basically does a job similar to mine. This is me trying to write what I know, but put it in a slightly different context. So the idea is it's about this girl who's, she is she's a YouTuber, but she's mostly known for music remixes and stuff, like basically like Silva Gunner or Smooth McGroove, like those kind of people. She does like video game music, hip hop remixes, and then also like raps over some of them, and she has like two different personas, like the rap persona and the game music persona. And she has a big YouTube channel, makes a lot of money on Patreon, and basically her lifestyle is that she makes just enough money to pay off her apartment, and that's it, and she doesn't care to make any more, and all she does is sit around in her room and flirt with
Who
girls
the fuck
online.
is breathing on the mic?
I don't know. All she does is
Floozy, you're fucking kicked. Say goodbye.
First of all, my mic is muted because I'm busy doing something.
Yes.
Okay.
She's washing her puss.
Nah, it's okay. She's gone. Continue.
So, did you actually kick her? I can't.
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
I just thought it'd be funny. I'm too drunk to care about like ethics or like being kind.
Right. So this character, she just sits around and flirts with other girls online and shit and doesn't really do much. And it's just about the mind state of being an internet creator who's in their room all the time. So it's a lot of it's based on me, but she's like a version of me who does more drugs and is a lesbian chick.
And is interesting.
Yeah, it's sort of, it was meant to be just very short, just like a short exploration of this character's life, and there'd be lots of little sort of vignette scenes of it, just exploring what it's like to be someone who is completely fulfilled creatively and in terms of making money, but doesn't really know what to do with themselves outside of that, which is essentially my life story.
Yeah, that sounds too real.
Yeah. That's sort of the concept of it. It's just like what it's like to be successful but aimless. And yeah, it's called Acid Girl.
So does the book go anywhere, or is it just aimless, just like your life?
I mean, it eventually gets to a point. I mean, this is kind of a spoiler, but like, basically,
cover your ears if you don't want to be spoiled.
It's not so much that she makes like a leap or bound in progress. It's that certain things change, like basically a lot of the minor details of her life change, and she finds a little bit more to do with herself, but it's not like a giant leap, you know. Like, it's mostly an exploration of what everyday life is like for this character, and then there are some subtle changes that don't completely upend her lifestyle or change it massively, but do change it in subtle ways that she's happy with, if that makes sense.
So if you could write a character who is essentially you, but the character finds happiness, can you just copy the moral of the story and make it part of your real life, or not?
In this case, probably yes. But at the same time, this would be a lot like Welcome to the NHK, where the author wrote it to get himself out of being a hikikomori and did not succeed.
It did not work.
Yeah. Which, I mean, even the ending of NHK is not like that hopeful. Like, he kind of sort of makes it out, but not really. Like, he gets a job, but he's still he's like, you know, there's a lot of work to be done. And even then, the author didn't even make that much progress. He's like, yeah, I've just been living off royalties for a year and a half.
Nick Pyro in the comments says, Digi, instead of this, you should just make your own version of how you do the Dark Knight Rises sequel.
Yeah,
just make that instead. That'd be fine.
I should just write that script, the better version of The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Mine will be like 90 minutes, like a fucking normal movie.
Like 5 years after the original came out, just fucking make it.
Mm-hmm.
Make it a visual novel too.
Yeah, of course.
Jess, do you have anything to say about your good friend being kicked out of the call?
What?
Okay, never mind. I think I'm ready to go to bed. What about you guys?
Go ahead, you fucking weak coward.
Are we ready to say goodbye?
You are, so just fucking do it. You
Shut
fucking puss. Stop trying to rope us into the fact that you're a fucking
hey everybody
baby who has to sleep.
Thanks for watching the live stream. I've been Digibro.
And I've been Mumkey Jones.
Ugh.
And we're
8 bars from the mic.
I was gonna go with whatever the hell this character.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Which I don't know what show it
It's
is.
fucking over. Say goodbye.
Goodbye.